Alexa, volume 5. Alexa, buy Philips headphones.
I found Philips SHP 9500/00 Secamaural headband black headphone. It's £86 total. Would you like to buy it?
No.
I also found Philips
Stop.
SHP 3000
Alexa,
EK1.
stop. Evening, Carl. Can you just let me know if the audio and everything's fine? Obviously, if you can hear a whistling, it's my spinner. It's my latest favourite spinner. It's a lovely little black one, and it makes a weird noise. Listen. Oh, not that noise. Apologies for banging. There. Yes, I was just saying on Twitter how it's very weird that it's 7:45 on a Sunday evening and I am not recording a podcast. Very, very, very strange. And if you haven't heard on Twitter, the show tonight's obviously cancelled because it's been a bit of a mess this morning. Actually, there was normally what happens on a Sunday for recording. I send all the guys a customary message early in the morning to say usual time, guys, 6:45, 7. To which I normally get replies, yes, 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 no problem. I got a yes off Hayden, then I got one off Steve, but then he says I might be late or I'll let you know because he's got family because it's Easter Sunday. Then Ricky messaged me and said, is there any way we can put it off till tomorrow because he's got family around? So now I'm with a dilemma. So then I left it up to the guys to sort it out amongst themselves. We then decided on a Monday recording, but then when we decided on a Monday recording, sadly Hayden can't make it on a Monday. So I was like stuck in the middle. Do I record tonight with no Ricky and maybe not Steve? Do I record tomorrow with no Hayden? So I'm like in the middle. So we decided, because I think actually Hayden even come back and said to me, he don't mind pulling out tomorrow, which was good of him actually. I'd apologise to him because that's the decision we took. Because I'd rather have everybody there, and it's not annoying, but it's like when everybody's sat and you're waiting for people to arrive, and it just affects the recording. I'm just a stickler for wanting it to be start at 7 o'clock, straight through to the end, and that's it. And I always have been. So that is what's happening. So I thought I'd jump on it. No clue what to play. I actually had a plan. I had two plans this evening. One, just to sit and chat and make it like a Cranky Gamers episode of questions, which would be good to get a lot of people on actually. And me just sit here and rattle. One, it keeps me occupied, and two, you guys get to ask questions and what have you. But I might play a bit of gaming. I might just play this in the background because this is a no-brainer. But the plan that I had, I was tempted to go and buy a ukulele on the store, which is £35 actually, which I'm tempted with. But a few people have said it's not very good. I think somebody on the stream last night said they were playing it and they wish they could get a refund. So, but you can never judge on a person's individuality of gaming because we're all different. We all know that. So that was that thing. Or I was tempted to start Horizon Zero Dawn again from scratch and stream that from the beginning, because I thought it might be interesting if people are on the stream that's never played it or not seen it. But then I thought, well, people might be bored of that or whatever, so I don't know what to do. I might just, like I say, sit here and chat. But I have got even bigger news that I don't know how many follow you on Twitter, but probably all of you if you get this link. Oh, look what I've got. Look what's arrived. You won't believe the shit that I've had because of that. You probably know, I told the story last night about it on Prime, and it's come, and that just shows what a clusterfuck it really was, where my order was caught in a strange loop, and nothing I said to them. Like, what I found strange about it all, how it's come out, and there's an ending as well that's happened this afternoon. What I find strange is that the amount of times that I contacted them, and that was 3 times on chat, text chat, twice on the phone, twice by email. So that's all that in the space of 7 days, trying to explain to these people. I mean, I couldn't have made it any clearer that there's a problem, that this is in a loop. It's never happened before. I've got you guys telling me it's on its way, and a few hours later you're telling me again it's not. And then when the woman yesterday, as the story went, to say, cancel that and order this one, because it was on Prime. I sent her the picture. I said it's on Prime. I said it's there now, in stock, in your store. I says, why can't your system send me one? And what I didn't realise, the actual original order was placed on the 3rd of February. Now, the book didn't come out officially until, I think, the 20th of March anyway, or somewhere around there, which was late anyway for a guide. But then what was the kick in the nuts yesterday? Of course, I cancelled it and straight away ordered Prime, and it went exactly like clockwork, like Prime does. But then I've noticed I've now paid £6.50 more than my original order. So I then contacted them and said, hang on a minute, this is a bit bullshitty. So I actually called them on the phone. I think I said this last night. The woman on the phone, the line was terrible, awful quality, which it always is. And then she said to me she couldn't issue a refund because, one, she had to look into it, 2, the cancel's not coming through on her system, which it wasn't, because I looked at my cancelled orders and it wasn't on my end, but luckily I'd kept the email that I received when I cancelled it, so I've got that all saved. And I said to the lady on the phone, look, I've got the number here if you want to check it. And I gave it her, and she says, right, I'll go and check. And she went for quite some time, about 8 minutes she'd gone. And she came back and she says, right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just leave this waiting. And when she said that, I says, what do you mean you're leaving it waiting? I says, it's basically I've ordered it and there's a £6 difference and I want the difference. Well, I can't do it because the system isn't recognising that it's been dispatched yet. She says, so I've wrote it down for my colleagues. I think I mentioned last night, guys, didn't I? I bet I have to ring. Well, long story short, it came this morning, as expected. And what I'd forgot, actually, and this was kind of a funny story, what I forgot, the day before I started making the phone call, I'd actually wrote an official email customer complaint describing this whole mess, describing the emails back and forth and then whatever. So I then got a reply from that the same day that then said to me, we are looking into this investigation, please bear with us. So then I replied and added some more information to the point of, I cancelled it, la-di-da-di-da. So I got an email this morning about 20 minutes after that arrived. So the email says, we have looked into your situation. and we are opening an investigation to see whether you can get a refund for £6.50. Lost my shit then. Absolutely lost my shit. Wrote them an absolute crazy email. Just really pissed. Basically just let... And I think I worded the email. The opening of the email went... What did I even just... Not hi, not hello, not whatever. I think the opening of the email literally said... what do you mean opening an investigation? And then I just went on to say, at what point do you not get that me receiving 8 emails in 6 days, on, off, then being told to cancel it, then ordering another one, that then arriving, there's a £6 difference, what needs investigating? And then I just finished it with the usual shit saying, this is shocking service, it's a paid subscription service, I wouldn't expect this from a service that was not a paid, but you're one of the largest businesses in the entire world, and you're pissing and moaning about £6.50. And I've just had an email before I started this stream. One, I got an email saying, apologies, yes, I can see that you're upset at our service. And you know that usual bollocks that you get? And that, I wish they wouldn't put that, because they might think that kind of wording makes you feel better. You know the kind of wording I feel like, I'm sorry you were not, our standard wasn't up to bollocks, and we hope you let us try and solve this. And that to me makes this a million times worse. Utter bullshit. Because you've got the facts, you've had the emails, it's in front of you, work it out. And literally at the end of that email saying we are going to issue a refund, and sure enough 5 minutes later I got the official refund email. So all the fiasco's finished, but it is just a ridiculous situation for something that in my opinion should have been sorted out immediately they got my first email. Because if I'm a customer service agent and that's my job, and I get this, and I get that first chat, that very first chat on Amazon, and I then say to them, look, there's a weird anomaly happening, I've had 2 emails, because it was 2 at the start, I said, I've had 2 emails, you're telling me it's coming, it's not coming, can you just tell me what's happening? Now if I'm a customer service agent working for Amazon, I surely should be able to log into that system and clearly see something's not right, because surely the emails are logged, surely the order's logged, and now my complaint's logged. So, okay, give them the benefit of doubt that they want to do that, but then the next thing I want to comment on is when I get in touch with them again on chat, surely the second live chat, all that's logged again, and now that's when a customer service agent should sit there and say, wait a minute, this ain't right. He's clearly getting emails because they're here. They're telling him it's coming. They're giving a date. Then they're saying it's not. What they should have done right there, they should have wiped that off the system and reordered it and kept it at £19 3p. Job done. End of story. Ridiculous. Just bullshit. But anyway, me pissing and moaning for £6. To go back to your question, Carl, was it worth it? It's a beautiful book. It's got a really massive map. It's really nice done. If I'm being honest, and this might lead me to something that a few of you guys have actually contacted me about, I originally wanted really nice pictures of the animals because I want a tattoo design sorted on this arm, a really big one, a good one. And I just like the look of it. I've seen an actual HD, full HD picture, which was a blueprint of the designer, that actually the art designer put up online somewhere, of one of the creatures, and the quality of it was just immense, and that got me thinking to what I wanted to do. So originally that's what I wanted this book for. Well, originally I wanted it for the guide, but I've platinumed the game anyway, long ago, which I joked on the show. This is a joke, it's coming out late because people will have finished the game. Not only had I finished it, I'd platinumed it anyway. But I do collect guidebooks, so it's not a bad thing for me. But then I wanted the pictures of the animals to probably take to a tattoo designer. Well, I'm disappointed in the quality that's in there. there's a section on the animals, obviously telling you how to kill them and how to bring them down because it's a guidebook, but the quality of the pictures of each animal is very small. However, I know that you guys, or a couple of you, have messaged me to say that they make a Horizon Zero Dawn art book separate that's actually just full of art, and people are saying the pictures in there are immense. So I might actually, in fact, this is the irony. If I probably wouldn't have had this fiasco with this book, and I wouldn't have had to keep pissing and back and forth, I'd have actually probably just cancelled that and then ordered the art book, to be honest. But it's not a big thing. I've got it for 19 quid, and I do collect them anyway. So I still might get that art book, but I have seen that it's about 28 quid, and I think that's a bit steep. So I don't know if any of you guys have actually picked that art book up and would like to comment on it and let me know what it's like. But yeah, I'd like to know what it's like actually. But 27 quid's a bit steep. Good evening, Dr. Para, as I have now christened you. It's easier. We are in for an impromptu Cranky Gamers podcast of me on my own, because the guys have all Larry let down and not turned up for the show. But in all seriousness, they've got family commitments. So the show will return tomorrow. And there might be a rambler this week. I'm not sure. I'm going to have a word with Ricky. We've got some chatting to do tomorrow. So we might. I'm not sure. So I'm not promising though. We shall see how it goes. And I also found out today Derby County's on the TV tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So I'll be able to just watch that before we record. So that'll be pretty cool. So how has your guys' Easter's been? Have you been chocolate Easter egging and things like that? My daughter turned up today for 5 minutes. So yeah, she turned up, and I tweeted that she pinched a chip butty. I'd just sat down with my fish and chips for my tea that I'd cooked, and she sat down and rifled a chip butty. And then told me she was going to her boyfriend's for an Easter dinner that was being cooked, that was a beef roast dinner. So I thought, oh, right, eat all my dinner and then go out for another meal. Now there's a few in the room. I was just talking, saying after last night's bit of an impromptu chat and questions, I quite like this. And I was just saying to the guys in the room early, I could play this in the background. I could just sit and answer questions. Or I actually was contemplating either buying ukulele, which probably isn't a viable option now because I haven't tried Persona yet. I've been meaning to switch on. I am going to start it this week, but I want to stress about Persona 5. I want to start it, and I'm not going to stream it. So I need to find time. I want a good 4 or 5 hours first session of it to get a feel for the show for a start. And I did mean to get it into the show this week, but sadly it's going to be next. But when I do it, I'm not going to stream it because there's silly streaming restrictions laid on it. So I will be getting to it this week because it is installed on my system because it's a digital copy as well. So going back to what I was planning on doing, either just moronically playing this in the background while I'm answering questions because I can do that. And it's a good thing for me because I can grind to try and get the gear I'm after. You keep talking about that, Para, that battle-known Battlegrounds. I've actually tried to get a review and I'm getting no replies off their PR department, which is a shame. And I'm not the one that wants it. Ricky wants it, I think. I'm pretty sure he's been asking me for weeks for that. But yeah, you've been on about it. You're not the only one either. But just quickly going back to the thing I was planning on doing, I was going to start Horizon Zero Dawn again from scratch. Just in case there's people in the room that's never seen it, would like to see it. I don't mind playing it because it's my favourite game probably ever. And it'd be interesting to start from the beginning if anybody's interested. So if anybody is, I'll take a vote in the window and then I'll either just moronically keep playing this in the background. In fact, that's what I'll do for a while because I need to do something. I've just missed my mouth. I know that's impossible before anybody comments. and it's all in my beard. Funny thing today, when my daughter arrived, she was like shocked to see my hair needs cutting, but my beard's really grown since she last saw me, and it like freaked her out. And she's like, oh my god, that's amazing. So what's this game like, Para? You can do a bit of chatting in the chat, Ren. I know it's a bit shitty to do it in there because in the text. Can I just ask a question, guys? Because I'm intrigued, actually, if somebody would answer it. The questions that you're asking, are you doing it on your PS4s or are you doing it on YouTube's chat? I'm not quite sure how this works because I've never been on the other end, and I'm always intrigued what you're doing. Are you actually answering the questions on YouTube or on your PlayStation 4s? I've also been meaning to set my Facebook up, and I'm just wondering if it would be possible to set my Facebook up as my... So when I post a message, I'd like to know if... When I post... The only way I advertise this thing, and it's a bit shit, there's no other way doing it. If I do this, the only thing that goes out to you guys is Twitter. So if you're not following me on Twitter, you've no chance of seeing this as coming to live on air. Because I don't post to Facebook, purely for the reason, I don't like it. But the other reason is, I don't know what it would link to. Because obviously it goes to my Twitter account. If I sign up to my normal Facebook, which is my personal one, obviously if that's just going to post to my personal Facebook wall, that's no good, surely. Because it won't... I'd like it to go to Cranky Gamers group. And I don't think you can set the Facebook app up on here to post to a group. If anybody knows that's possible or anything, either give me a private email, crankytoz@gmail.com or something, or somewhere. Right, it gives you a notification if you're subscribed to the channel and the alert is turned on. Banging. That is a good point, Ryu. Really good. So I can need to stress on the show, if people go to Cranky Gamers YouTube, click the little bell. That's the best way to know when this goes live. Good thinking, matey. That's a good one. Nice one. I will advertise that on the next show tomorrow. Well done. I like it. So PUBG is a battle royal game. 100 people players on a map. Only one winner. Really? What's a PUBG? Public. Is that right? You'll have to enlighten us. Oh, right. Shindu say PS4 chat is only 60 characters. That's a bit shit. Right, all 100 players are parachuted into an island with no weapons, which you need to scavenge. And oh my god, that sounds fantastic. That really sounds good. No wonder people are losing the shit. Am I right in saying it's early access, though, on Steam? That's the only place it is. I think I'm right in saying that, aren't I? Because that's what kind of put me off. Player unknown battling. Ah, right. Sorry, yeah. Me being thick and stupid as usual. You've shortened it to the name of the game. Well done. I now get it. So player... It's a weird name for a game, isn't it? Player Unknown's Battleground. Whoever thought of that weird shit? By the way, I've got an addiction. Not a headphone addiction. Which, by the way... I was going to order them headphones live on the Amazon Echo, just to show you guys how it works, because I am now going to pull the plug on these. I do want them. I've finally made my mind up, and I don't know if you'd hear it strong enough anyway, so there was no point. So I was going to do that later. So I don't know whether I'll do that or not. But ordering something off that is crazy. It's the future. As Peter Kay would say, it's garlic bread the future. Player Unknown is the gamer handle of the guy who made the game. Started off as a modder. Oh, that's amazing. That's cool. I hope he gets success then. That's a good story. It is. By the way, I've seen the trailer for... right. IFTT. If this, then that could fix what you want, Toz. You can link whatever service to others, e.g. when you post on Twitter, it can post. Yeah, I have actually... That if this, then that. I have actually looked into that because that very thing works on my Amazon Echo. and I installed it on my Echo quite when I first got it to do the lights and stuff. But I actually I didn't need it in the end because I got different bulbs for my lights. Because my lights, Alexa, bedroom off.
Okay.
Alexa, bedroom on.
Okay.
And that's how that works, because they're wireless connected to the network. So that if then this, I've heard really good things about that, but when I put it on the Amazon Echo, I couldn't get to grips with it, because I was going to do it for something else, but I looked into it and it was like, oh God, no, forget that. So that game sold 1 million copies in its first week. How much is it on early access then? What they're charging for that? Because I'm always dicey when they charge quite expensive amounts for early access. And also, I'm taking it's working okay. It's not buggy. £26. Wow, that is steep. I've got to say, you've got to admit that's steep for an early access game on Steam. It really is. Well, I think it is anyway. I bought 2 early access games on Steam. One was Godos, which, even after all the controversy and shit that went with it, I actually got a lot of hours into that. I love that game. I started it from day one when it was at its basics, and they did a really good patch, and it went really good. But then it went all controversial. They decided to can it, and then people were pissed off. And then the other thing I bought, I paid 22 quid for Date. Ryo, yeah, I use it for my Echo. Loads of options on the app, link YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and it just automatically goes there when you link it. You'll have to send me a bit of an email, mate, if you don't mind. Just give me a basic, see if I'm missing something. But I might give that another look if you're saying you're using it for yours. I've not had problems. It's a great game, though I can only play one game at a time. I'm a wreck at the end. How long do each games? So, quick question then. You said it's 100 people parachuted in. Say like me, Mr. Shit. I'm guessing it's a shooter. You find guns and shoot the shit out of people. So me, Mr. Useless, I parachute in. I can't find a gun. I'm wandering about like a headless chicken. Mr. Idiot walks along, shoots me in the back and kills me. Am I now out of that entire game until it's finished? Because that kind of thing would actually bore me, because I would never think I would be good enough to last long. Or is it just a manic and they last like 20 minutes a go? And I'm guessing the size of the map's got a lot to do with it as well, because if you've got a large map and you're like down to the last 2 players and one's at one end and one at the other, you could be wandering about like idiots for a while. Do you not think? But sounds good. Evening, how are you doing? Just saw no podcast. No, there ain't, mate. It's without repeating myself a lot of times, the guys had got all family commitments, but they only let me know this morning. It kind of caused a bit of a problem for me, because Steve said he'd got family and he might be late and not turn up. Ricky then messaged me and said he's got family, can he postpone till tomorrow? Hayden said he's okay, but then what's happened is, if I'd have gone with tonight, I could have ended up without 2 of them. If I go tomorrow, Hayden can't make it, so I end up with 1 of them. So basically, I'm stuck in the middle and got to try and balance it. So I just thought the best thing to do is lesser of 2 evils, decide tomorrow, because actually Hayden was quite kind of decent about it. When he knew it was all going off, he said he don't mind pulling out, which was pretty good of him as well. So that was good. I came second once, took 30 minutes. Cool. Do you get rewards for doing well? So the higher up you finish, do you get any rewards, or is there none? I saw that game on Kind of Funny. Not a big MP gamer, though. It does look good. It does sound good. Cheers, Ryo, on the email, mate. I'll look out for it. I might just get up and shut my window as well, because there's loads of noise in the car park. It might not be worth the wait, mate, to be honest. I always think it's going to be rubbish, but they just churn out and you guys like them anyway. Let me just get up and shut this window, because it sounds like we've got a right knob outside. It feels like Hunger Games. Yeah, that's a good comparison. So what kind of weapons do you get then? Is it open to different styles of play, or is it just literally guns? Fuck, I keep forgetting this coffee mug keeps it red hot. Seriously. Yeah, cheers, mate. I always think it's shite. Christ on a bike, that's hot. I don't know what the noise is outside. I must be getting really old, by the way. Like turning into my dad, because I was in the kitchen the other day, and obviously I live on an estate, not a great estate, let's be honest. And as I'm cooking and listening to a book on the Echo, and I'm just chopping away, all week there's a constant noise on our estate of young kids, kids about 7, 8, 9, 10, because they're left to run about just willy-nilly. But they're forever screaming. Like, I don't mean like just playfully, joyfully playing. I mean screaming. Like, what went through my head, and this made me feel old, what went through my head, like if one was ever getting attacked, you'd never be able to know the difference between it. And that's what went through my head. And I kept thinking to myself, why are they screaming? And I don't just mean like the odd one every hour. I mean like all the time screaming. If it's not one, it's another or all of them. And they're right outside my window. And it's like, that's when I thought, am I being a miserable old twat and really turning into an old fart? Or is this just honestly every night it's scream, and I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, give it a rest. Anyway, feels like Hunger Games. I was run over by some tool yesterday, mainly guns. Shotgun is a great short distance. Yeah, obviously shotguns are good like that. Anybody go and try the thing on my recommendation, the Mafia demo? Because that really did surprise me, because that's what I was going to talk about on the show tonight. And well, I will tomorrow now, so I won't go into it a bit deep, but it was pretty cool. 24 gig download though, because I think it does the old download the whole thing. Yeah, I probably am an old fart, mate, definitely. Definitely. But I sometimes do that. The old fun saying when I was a bit younger, I am actually old today, even my daughter was commenting on it today, thank you very much. When I was like early 30s and stuff, and you find yourself getting up off the floor and you make that old man noise as you used to hear your father do. I once heard a comedian say, that is confirmation that you have now got to the old age. When you get off the floor and you give it that noise, when you're doing that, you've done. Game over. Right, where are we? Dr. Parrot, finished the game Mafia 3. The demo covers only the good part of the game. You're joking. I think that's what impressed me, by the way, without giving it away. That it tells you when you download the demo, it says you're given the entire Act 1. And the story, because it's the beginning of the game. The Act 1 is fantastic. From start to how it's laid out to then the end of this act that you've done really was probably, I would say, one of the best game demos I've played in a long, long time, and would be up there in top 3 ever demos I've played because of what they give you, how enjoyable it is. And I would say, hand on heart, anybody who plays that demo, I would be interested in thinking, I would think on a ratio, I think that would sell more of that game than most demos ever have. Because you'd be at the point when it ends the demo, which I won't give away on the show or now, but at that point of the demo ends, you would definitely just want to carry on. And the only reason it stopped me is I didn't want to pay 25 quid, one, because I'm tight, and two, I don't think I'd have time to just put time into that, because I'll tell you what it is. Oh, me, mate, I'm 50. Oh, sorry, 51. I forget the one now because my birthday's in January. 51, mate. I know I only look about 25. I get told that all the time. You do groan, yeah, it is. It is. You groan like an old fart. I think I started the groan at about 30. It's very much Control-C, Control-V. Oh, you're talking PC play, mate, are you? And if that's what you're talking about, then I am knackered. Is it not controller enabled, because if you say no, that would probably put 95% people off, I think. But good result at the football today to keep the league alive, by the way. Chelsea getting stuffed 2-0. Oh, I copy and paste, yeah. Get me, I'm old. I'm just losing it. You know that. Talking of Control-C, Control-V, I wonder when that keyboard's on its way. I keep meaning to go back to Indiegogo. I was mentioning the obsession that I've got. I have been on, before I came here, I'd finished my tea, I got my iPad out, went on YouTube for usual customary, my subscriptions that I watch. And they take about half an hour. And from about, what time is it now? 20, what did I jump on here? So we're 30 minutes in. So yeah, about 7:30, right up to. I've got an addiction of watching. You know how sometimes when you're on YouTube, you just waltz off on like a complete fucking fairground ride? Like you was watching something and you just get that silly video coming next, or you see something at the bottom and you think, ooh, click, and then it takes you onto another tangent and off you pop. Well, I've got a serious addiction, and I find them so... It's like I had to say to myself at about 7:30, I was looking at thinking, what are you doing? What are you doing? Please, what are you doing? And what I was watching, just one after the other, the videos on there that are called the 7 best gadgets available on Amazon, or the 5 best kitchen gadgets available now. And I found myself watching, I watched them for 2 hours just before I came on here. How shit is that? But then I finally decided I wasn't actually going to come on and stream either. But I was just sat here and I put the PlayStation on and I was in Diablo, and I thought, well, I could do a bit of grinding. Shall I click the stream on? And I thought, I may as well. So, evening, I've been watching the stream for half hour. Through text, the Twitter link. Ah, right, okay. We was just debating. Ryu's actually given us a great idea that I didn't hit on. And it's actually probably the best idea to get people to know that it's come on, because I do intend to keep doing this. I'm quite enjoying it, these chats, and probably I'll try and do it most nights in the week. Probably gives me something to do and actually communicate a bit more with people. But the idea was if I get people to go and follow Cranky Gamers on YouTube and click the little bell every time this goes live, that gets a ding and you guys will get a notification of when I go live. So if you're not interested in Twitter, that is now probably sounds the best way for you to go and do it. Go to the stream that you're watching now and click the tiny little ding dong bell. What was the best gadget I saw? I was saying to myself, while I was watching them, every time one started, I looked at them and I said to myself, do not buy anything in these videos. Whatever, stop what you're doing. And that was constantly going through that. One of the best... Oh, shit, yeah, wow. I have got a favourite one. And it was all these videos like 7 best things, 15 best things, 10 best kitchen gadgets, a lot of things on Kickstarter, which were quite good. A lot of things on Indiegogo. That's how these things start now. It's the big thing. One of them, and when it started the video, I thought and it showed you this shit hot, like, what looked like an old-fashioned Jeep in California, in America, like Beach Boys type army Jeep, but really flashy. And I think the headline of the gadget was water-powered something or other. And then he showed this Jeep, and I'm sat there watching it, and I'm thinking, and it's showing you this like this really attractive young bikini-clad lady jumps in this Jeep, so that caught my attention straight away. So they start driving down the highway in America, and it's modern, it's a real video. They're in this Jeep, and it's flying down the road, like fucking belting down it. A real lick it was. So I'm like sat thinking, looking at it, thinking, do they mean it's powered by water? Thinking, holy shit, has somebody made the Holy Grail? But then as soon as I said that and thought, no, don't be stupid, that can't happen, it then showed you the beach, and they're trazzing on this beach, 2 of them, these brilliant Jeeps, and they're flying round and going, then all of a sudden, whap, straight off the beach, into the water, and sure enough, wheels go to the side, and this Jeep flakes off. Then the next 5 minutes of the video shows them on the water, and I shit you not, we've all seen these stupid 60s cars that used to plod into the water and just bob about. This car drove into the sea at like 60 miles an hour, And I shit you not, it fucking rode off into the water like a speedboat. It was side by side in a clip at the side of one of them big luxury yachts that was flying, and this Jeep was taking the piss. So I'm then thinking, is this a bit of a trick photography bullshit? But no. The next video shows them flying towards the beach on this motorboat thing. You can obviously tell he cuts the engine because it like slows down, drops into the water. You can see the wheels moving, and then all that, whoosh. And I'm not joking, fucking fantastic Jeep. Amazing piece of kit. But amazing. Shindu UK, what game world would you use to describe the area where you live? Fucking hell, Fallout 4. Yeah, Fallout. It's a shit area, mate. I mean, I've said this before on the show. I live in not far from Derby. I'm sandwiched right in between Derby and Nottingham, the major cities. Literally smack bang in the middle. One's pinned here, and we like bang. Tiny, tiny village, because this area is surrounded by tiny, tiny villages. However, I can be, and this is why when I tell people from down south or London or up north in the big cities or Liverpool, Manchester that I talk to, and when I say where I live, they go, oh, you're in the countryside. And as local people, we don't see it as countryside because we live here. It's just probably what you guys think where you live. Some of you might live in somewhere really cool and then you just see it as where you live. You don't see it as that cool place. So when people say to me, oh, you're in the country then, I don't see it as that. However, I can go from here and within 20 minutes, I could be touching one of them, you know, the Peak District donut stones that are very famous. The Peak District's fucking massive. Like stretches the middle of Britain and it's like supposedly the big countryside. And the Peak District is always bordered with these big donut stones on a plinth and it represents the Peak District. Well, I can be from my house, I can have my hand on one of them in about 20-25 minutes. I also can be in really big countryside, like not a fucking house anywhere, in about the same time, 20 minutes. So I guess you would say I am in the countryside. But where we live, it's like just a shitty council. It's a working class area. This area is like old mining country. Years back in the early 1900s, 1940s, there was actually a proper coal mine not far from me in the main village where I was born, way before I was even alive. So yeah, your class is in the country. You wouldn't want to live in a city. Do you know what? I get asked this a lot. I mean, I was thinking this the other day. I've moved house in my life. I think I was trying to add up about 6 times. That's a good comment. I mean, I've only moved house in my entire life probably 6 times. And in that time, and this is how sad it is, and this is what actually disappoints me now in my situation that I am and my life as it is right now. In them 6 times I've moved, you could throw a blanket over it. I have not moved in all my life from being a toddler to now. There is about a 5 mile square. Literally. Never been anywhere else. So basically, when you say I wouldn't want to live in a city, I guess you mean because you guys live in a city and it's a disaster area. You see, I'd like to do that. Just to try it. I'll tell you what I do think a lot, and I've said this for many, many, many years now, and I have got the chance, but I haven't because of my situation, but I would really like to be that person now where I could literally, tomorrow morning, get up, go and get a suitcase, my one and only suitcase, chuck a few things in it, get outside, call a taxi, and either go to a train station or go to an airport and just go. I've never ever done that in my life. I'd love to do it. I really would love to do it. And especially travelling abroad. I would dearly love to go abroad. I have been on holiday in my entire life abroad 3 times. Once with the school, twice with my family, as it was. I haven't had a decent holiday, a decent one for about 15 years, to be fair. When I did go last time with my wife and child at the time. We went to Fuerteventura first time and Gran Canaria the second time. Do you know what? That kind of thing, Para, absolutely, I'd love to. I'd love to go. I'll give you some things. I do remember you, Rodney. Yeah, no, I do. I've still got that glue somewhere in my packages behind me. Things I'd dearly like to get up and do. I would love to go to the Far East. Love to. Just get up, Far East, brilliant. My dream, you know when people always sit around a family table and say, oh, what would you do if you won the lottery? If I won the Derby County Lottery tonight, which can go up to 20 million, so they do big things, so it could possibly happen in 1 billion to 1. If I won the lottery, I would literally first go to Liverpool to get a passport. I don't own a passport. I would then literally do what my dream would be, go to an airport, look at a board, pick somewhere, preferably just somewhere nice and sunny and get a nice little quiet place just to gather your thoughts. But then my dream thing, what I do is I would like to get on a cruise ship, around the world cruise ship, just visit as many places, whether it lasted 3 months or not, wouldn't bother me. Just sit on a cruise ship and go. I have actually contemplated in the last 8 months booking a small cruise for myself just to go. No Taz, there ain't, mate. I put on Twitter, it's tomorrow night, mate. We've delayed it 24 hours. The guys have got family commitments, Easter and all that, and we decided to do it tomorrow. So don't panic, it's tomorrow night. So yeah, I'd literally round the world cruise. Just love that, just quiet, no hassle, no thing. But then I was looking. The most serious I've ever looked for a holiday was in the last 6 months. I think I might have spoke a bit on the show that I was. I actually got a brochure. I was looking at prices for the first time ever. I have been to Austria. The school holiday that I talked about, the 3, was Austria. It was one of the best times of my life. I was only 14. Beautiful. Never forgot that holiday to this day. It was like a 14-year-old kid and it was gorgeous. Cannot stress how nice that place is. Stunning. As a 14-year-old lad, to still remember it today fondly tells you a lot. It's a gorgeous place, seriously. But going back to the thing, the one thing I looked at, and I'm still serious about it because I found some reasonable prices. I would love to go and see the Northern Lights, and I would like to go like to Norway or up that way, and just to get to see the Northern Lights on a bit of it. And I saw these holidays. There was like a 3 or 4 day mini break. With the Northern Lights thing in it. But then my brother actually, and I think I could get an actual holiday for about 250 quid. Like a 4 day just break. And I just thought, wow, that's pretty cool. But then I've obviously got to get my passport on top, so I had to think about that. But then my brother put the rig kick on it, because I've told him I'm seriously thinking of doing it. And I was expecting him to turn around and say, yeah, go for it, mate. Go and do something. You know, go for it. You've had a shit run, go for it. But instead, he said, you do know the Northern Lights aren't guaranteed, don't you? And when he said that, I said, really? He says, yeah, it's just one of them phenomenons that you're not guaranteed. And he says, I think if you look on your holiday brochure, it may well see that. So that kind of put the shit onto that idea. But a holiday, I'd love it. I really would. Just somewhere nice, quiet, just be nice. I really would. So, but other places, I'd love to go to the Far East. I just love that. You know, when you see the, yeah, that'd be my luck, mate. You know that. It fell in a bag of tits, come out sucking my thumb. I'd be down there. I'd be all bagged up, ready, excited. It'd probably be thick fog outside when I travel. I'd have the worst plane flight in the world. We'd probably nearly crash. We'd land. It'd be pissing down with rain. For 2 days, I'd be stuck in a hotel room. I won't be able to get out, and then we'll be coming back the day after. That'd be my 4 day break in a nutshell. I know that. But yeah, Far East. When you see the guys on the big American podcast, you know, when they go to, is it Akihabara? You know, the famous Far Eastern place where all the shops, the electronics, and all that shit. Dearly love to go there. Seriously, I'd love to go to the US. because I'm sick of my brother telling me he's been to America like 6 times in the last 3 years, which is great for him. It's brilliant. Shindo says, my dream is to go to America, watch WrestleMania with my daughter. WrestleMania, man. Don't get me started on WrestleMania, but I know it's people like it and enjoy it, so I'm not going to cause any controversy. But if that's what you'd like, brilliant. I'd like to go to America. I'd love to go to Australia. That place, or New Zealand. New Zealand's a real nice sounding place. But yeah, I think just, like main places people like to go when they say. But a cruise, I must admit, if it does ever happen in the next year, 2 years, you guys will obviously hear it because I shall probably be yakking about it. But what I would say was more likely than anything else is a small European cruise. Just literally like a 7-day, week away on a cruise ship, just like round the Med or something. I probably wouldn't even get off the boat. I'd be that fucking miserable. But it's at least to be something I'd want to do, just be on one of these boats. But then, of course, we get the big fucking elephant in the room, don't we? I'm on my own. And that, when I get these thoughts and say, oh, I really like that, and I get brochures and I look online, I'm constantly in bed at night looking at these places, like dreaming, thinking, oh yeah, that sounds lovely. But then it's like, it's like I'm on my own. And that's fucking, it might be me being negative, but it's the saddest fucking thing on earth, isn't it? Because you're just going to, and this might be me again, you're on holiday and you're just going to be labelled as that sad, lonely old fuck in the corner that's got nobody. And that's the kind of thing I'd feel all the time, which to me would kind of make it negative. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, Darren, if you want to join me in your game, mate, I'll do it. That's very brave of her. That's brilliant. I know actually a Cranky Gamer listener that come here, because I've had a few come here. A lot of you have actually come here. I think I'm up to about 7 now that's come for an afternoon and a chat and a coffee, and we've had a good laugh. A guy came here who'd actually got up and done exactly what I wanted to do. Gone to China. Cost him a fortune, he said. Cost him, I think he told me, the actual trip was about $4,000, which I thought, holy shit. But he said it at the time of his life. He says it was an amazing experience. But Darren, yeah, if you want to invite me in your game, mate, I'll pop in while I'm chatting on here. But travelling is about the one thing I'd like to do now. And when I say situation, I mean on my own. So it's like lesser two evils. Oh, I've just thought though, we're going to be able to do this thing. If you join a party, you'll leave the current game and return to the main menu. Do you wish to proceed? If I disappear, guys, I'll start another room again. Except you cannot enter the game until the host has unpaused the game. Darren, if you can hear me, unpause your game. Can you guys still hear me on the chat, by the way? Do you know what, Shindo? That is another fantastic idea, mate. E3. God, that would be a probably... Do you know what I mean? That probably would be a good thing to push for. Datebox, she uses some tour film that specialises. Datebox, I've got the brochure. I've got the brochure, mate. This brochure I get delivered is called Just For You. That's what it's called. There was some really good holidays, actually. There's some actually special trips. Oh, are we on this? I know what it is now, Daz, if you can hear me. I can hear your background, Daz, by the way, but I can't hear you chatting.
I don't have enough arcane power.
I'll tell you what, we might be on too high level here, because I can't remember this being this difficult.
Need more arcane power. I need arcane power. Your defenses are nothing. Not ready yet.
Apologies if I stop chatting for a bit, guys, because obviously I'm concentrating on this. Do you enjoy having... I don't drink anymore, Rodney, at all. Because of history of what happened recently, I've had bad things with drinking. I stopped. I used to be a drinker when I was young. I've told stories on the show. I used to drink just like every normal young guy. I've had some right stories in my day. But as I got older, I didn't drink with my first wife because it was just something we didn't do. We didn't do that kind of thing because we'd got a young child. Because when we got married, we actually got pregnant on his wedding night, by the way. We'd been trying for a baby for a while. We'd lived together for quite some time, about 3 years. We was actually on IVF treatment, and they told us to put it off. And we actually did that, and got pregnant on his wedding night. So I never did the drinking thing on the first wife, but the second wife, without going into details, it was a really bad experience, and alcohol was involved. So I think you can pretty much guess what I'm getting at, but... So as for drinking, I have got a drink in the house. I've got a few cans in the fridge, and occasionally when I'm watching a footy match, I'll do it. I'll have a can, but I'm not a drinker at all. In fact, I'll tell you something. I've got in the fridge. I've got 3 cans of Cloudy Apple, and if I tell you, I bought them at Christmas. I bought an 8-pack at Christmas. So that basically tells you what I do with drinking. By the way, Darren, if you can hear me, mate, never stand on the orange bombs, ever. The orange bombs will kill you, no matter what level you are.
I wish I could do that.
Oh shit, the others have come in. I've died now. Oh, what have I pressed? Oh, I've gone back. It's alright. Be with you back in a minute, Darren. I've just gone wrong. Can you hear me, by the way? Daughter doing okay in Europe. She bought... No, she's no need to, because she actually... her grandparents helped her greatly. Her grandparents really helped her a lot. They always have been really good to her, actually, because she's the only child, so... Do you mind if I ask you some technical advice? You can ask me anything you want. I might not get it right if it's technical advice, but yeah, ask me.
Still waiting.
Okie dokie. We're good to go. Let's go and try and kill it. This could be difficult, but we'll just try.
Need more archery power. Not ready yet.
By the way, guys, I watched a good film last night. I actually paid for a film on Amazon called Hatton Garden High. Some of you might have heard of it. It's a famous bank job in 2015 where a load of OAPs actually pulled it off. It's a true story, and the film is at the cinema, but it's on Sky Rental. But don't buy it on Sky Rental because it's $9.99 on there, but it's only $5.99 on Amazon. So I bought it on Amazon Video last night, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. The only downside to it, what I would say, is it's very short, an hour and a half. I've got a pair of Astro headset with a MP, but the USB port on the amp stopped working, and Astro wouldn't repair it. Let me just finish this boss, mate. You might have to redo that again, because obviously if I'm doing this boss battle, it's going to be tough. I got a pair of Astro headsets with an MP USB broken things stopped working, and Astro wouldn't repair it on warranty. Do you know? Well, I'm telling you now that if it's under warranty, you are legally within your rights to have it repaired, and if they can't repair it, you are within your legal rights to get them to actually change it or give you your money back. No questions asked. So for them to not repair it, if it is still under warranty, they're breaking the law. And what my advice would be to you, I'd actually return it from where you bought it. Now, if you bought it officially from Astro, I then seriously would also just tell them, look, I want it replacing if it's under warranty. But if and I will say this because I've dealt with them before, they can be quite funny. And whenever I've contacted Astro, and I've had 2 pair, don't forget, they've actually told me to go back to the original place that I bought them. Shit. Right, we should be okay now. If I get this spell, get that, we should give it a pasting. Come on. Go. You're going to die. Come on, die before this spell runs out. Done. They said that the port was damaged due to inappropriate use and Argus won't have it back due to it being out. Well, right, if you bought it on... if you bought it on from Argos, and it's 30-day warranty is bullshit as well, because everything in the UK has got a 12-month warranty for damage or broken. The official wording is any item that's 12 months, it breaks within 12 months. You are entitled, as I said just now, they have got to give you either repair it, an offer of repair, or an offer of replacement. If they can't do neither, then you can ask for your money back. So, there you go. Yeah, that's it. 12-month statute. It's a lot of things that people don't realise that you can do in this country. You have got a 12, and the law states on the point of. I'm going to go back to the room, Darren. I hope everything's okay, mate. I'm just going to jump back into a single room. So yeah, don't be, and start quoting the 12-month thing if they want to get funny. Right, problem is, out of that time, but Astro has given a 2-year warranty, so they're arguing that... So, wait a minute. Problem is, it's out of that time, but Astro gives a 2-year warranty, so that they're arguing. Simple bottom line, Rodney, is this, mate. When did you buy them headphones? Where did you buy them from? Have you still got the receipt is a big one. But they're the questions you've got to ask yourself. When did you buy them? Where did you buy them from? And then what I would do is quite simply, if it's under 12 months, you go to Argos, and if you've got the receipt, definitely walk into Argos and say, there's the receipt. These are within the 12-month statutory replace or repair rule. They are broken. You can either replace them for me or repair them or give me my money back. And that is what they must do. And what you want to do, if you don't feel like walking into Argos and give them shit over the counter because they can be funny because it's a local shop, contact their phone support. So if you, right, the thing is then, Rodney, that then, you're telling me then they're out of 12-month warranty because you bought them in January 2016. So they're a year and, what are we, 4 months down the line. So they're out of warranty. But you've just mentioned a 2-year warranty. Now, was there an official 2-year warranty in the box? If that's the case, if you're telling me now that you've had them 14 months, Argus can't do anything. Argus are out of the equation, whether you've got the receipt or not, because you're only allowed a 12-month guarantee. So that's gone. if you had an official 2-year warranty with proof, and with proof I mean in the box, a kind of certificate or whatever, then they have to honour that warranty. Now, let me just tell you one thing that they might have you by the balls with. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that such warranties like that, when they come on a card or something, you had to officially fill it in by either registering it on Astro and filling in the form on there, or whatever that warranty card says. If you literally did nothing with that warranty card, you could be bollocksed, basically. You could be, you know what I mean? You could be strudled. By the way, Darren, I've just seen your message. Yeah, no problem, mate. I had to do exactly the same as what you've done. You can't kill that on your own at that level. It's a ball ache. It's hard. We just struggled with that. So yeah, that's years ago I shouted at an assistant in Woolworths was just a guy in a red sweater. You see, there's a thing about complaining, and you know I'm the king of complainers. How's it going with Breath of the Wild? Shindo, I spoke about this yesterday, mate. I gave it quite a good. We had a good chat last night, and I know you probably won't want to, but if you go to last night's stream, that should be still on YouTube, if you fast forward to the last hour, we actually talk and have a chat like we're doing now, and we talk a lot about the Nintendo and the Breath of the Wild. So to avoid me repeating it, I talk loads on there about it. You might find it quite interesting. But in a nutshell, no, I'm not playing it. I just can't get on with it, mate, and I give the reasons on there. Thingy. Yeah, Datebox, answering your question. Right. Well, let's just say it's a no-go with the warranty. Is there a good 3.8 jack amp alternative? Just to answer this Astro thing, because Astros are a ball ache. Have you got the full kit with the Astros headset, and then you've got the mini mix amp? And is it the mini? I bet I know what's broke, because I can remember. Is it the A40s that you've got? Is my guess. And you've got the little red and black mix amp that's got one of them large /mini USBs in there, and I bet it's that's broke. Now, if that's the case, this is where Astros get you by the balls with their piece of kit. If you buy the headphones standalone, they're a really nice set of headphones with a standard wire, 3.5 jack, beautiful set of headphones, gorgeous sounding. I actually regret getting rid of mine. I actually gave one to Ricky, and I've sold one to one of the Cranky Gamers. It might be in this room, actually, and I've sold them. And to be honest, and I don't mean it if they are in the room, I regret it for my fault. I shouldn't have got rid of them both, but it was just a thing I was trying to make room. But going back to your problem, Rodney, what I would do, the reason Astros get you by the balls, headphones standalone are fine, 3.5 jack, use them as standard. That's it, the A40s with that mini mix amp pro, right. This is where they've got you by the, in my opinion, it's bullshit. Now, what I am going to say to you, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the A40s have got that really long cord with a 3.5 jack. So I'm guessing you want your mix amp so you can still use your Astros wirelessly or with your whatever choice you're doing. Because don't forget, them mix amps to buy brand new or second hand are fucking ridiculous prices, and this is where they have you by the nuts. I think officially on Astro they're 80 quid standalone, which is a fucking joke. It's a little box that transmits the signal. I would say, right, now let me ask you a question then, if that's what you're doing. Could you not, because I would recommend to you, could you not just use them as a standalone wired, because that cable's really long, couldn't you plug it into your controllers or whatever you're using them on? Can't you just go back to using that? Because in my opinion, I would do that if that mix amp isn't what you want. Now, if you want to use them wirelessly, again, they've got you by the nuts. If you are wanting that facility, go on eBay. That would be your best port of call to buy a mix amp on there. You are still going to pay a good 40, 50 odd quid. They're not cheap. And this is because Astros charge your arm and a fucking leg for them brand new. Can you buy new and get a refund giving the old one back? Yeah, that's a dirty trick. A lot of people have tried that as well. Datebox, what you've got to remember, mate, these headphones are like 200 quid. They're not cheap. They're ridiculous. A lot of people have asked me about Astros to say, do I think they are worth the money? As you know, I'm a headphone nut. In my opinion, Astros are, as a pack, if we're talking Astros, mix amp and the bollocks for the lot, in my opinion, that is £100 overpriced. for the quality and what the mix amp does with the wireless shit and all the nice bells and whistles and how good they are, I think they're worth about 120, 130 quid tops, and that's for the whole thing. The price they charge for that is a fucking joke. Like 240 quid, whatever. But what I would say is Astros sound-wise, they're one of the most comfortable headphones I've ever worn. And they're one of the best sounding. They're really deep bass on the low end if you like that kind of thing. But they're really nice. I'm currently, but is the Mix Amp Pro the only 3mm jack amp? I'm not quite sure. But like I say, bottom line in your position, I would ask yourself this question. Do you desperately need that mix amp because you use it wirelessly? Because that's all that's for. All that is for is transmitting it wirelessly to a different signal. You see, what I did, I lost my mix amp, fucking idiot. Like 80 quid's worth of kit, lost it. So what I did, I use my Astros every day, but all I did is got the 3.5 jack, rammed it into my PlayStation controller, or rammed it into the Xbox adapter I had, or mine was long enough to even ram into the side of the TV. I didn't bother with the mix amp, so if that's what you can get away with, I would recommend doing that. You're still going to... That mix amp doesn't do anything special to the sound. It does not change the sound at all. They're the same quality. The mix amp's just to send the wireless signal and all that bullshit that it tries to do. So if you can just use it with that cable that's on the headphones, knock yourself out. I wouldn't spend 50 odd quid. Unless the wireless as an essential part, is what I would say. But they are a really good headphone, but they're way overpriced. Argos have had some switches in stock, but I'm a wee bit of pulling the trigger. I feel the same way. Mate, honest to God, seriously, hang 5 on your Switch. Don't buy it. Seriously, and I know that you might be a really gamer that's desperate to play Zelda. Honestly, don't spend 280 quid on a Switch. Wait until either Mario Kart's out that you want, or wait till later in the year when you probably get some good packages. Honestly, the amount of people that I am seeing, hearing, reading, that wishes to Christ they never bought that. And to be honest, most people are saying now that they got egged into buying that purely because of Zelda. Now down the line Zelda's done, they've literally got a £280 brick gathering dust. Mine's not been switched on in a week and a half, 2 weeks. Almost on it. Well, my amp is wired and the difference in quality is night and day, and they seem underused without it. I remember that mix amp not having anything to do with the quality of the sound. So I'm surprised you're saying that. I really am. So you're saying to me, with your mix amp, by the way, what is the actual problem you've got, the error? What's the problem you've got with the breakage? Has the actual thing, has it bent? Because what you might have done, it might be just bent that you can put it back, but I guess you've tried this. So are you telling me you're using that little red-black dial thing with the USB and 2 cables in the back because you're saying that the sound of it is different? I personally didn't notice anything. I'll tell you what you could do. Again, remove the wireless scenario out of it. If you want something that's going to boost the quality even more, and I say Astros on their own are decent enough quality, the problem is the USB port has come off on the circuit. Oh, well then you bollocks, yeah, you ballsed. Right, now if you're saying you're using that not for the wireless point of it, but for the point of quality, and this always sounds like I'm plugging shit, but I don't get anything for it. I don't get paid for anything. This is me being honest with my reviews. Go to my reviews on YouTube and scroll down to that little mini headphone amp that I showed on there. Because if you want quality, and that's what you're wanting to get from your Astros, although I think they're really good with that, as I've just said, one of them little amps, tube amps, that cost me about 20 quid off eBay, and I'll get you the link if you want it. That, and connect your Astros through there. Them little amps are stunning, by the way. I say so on the review and when I unbox it and show it you. And the only thing that bothers me about it is I have to piss about with long wires because it's such a technical little piece of kit and you rely on tubes. It's a long cable in, a long cable out, and then the power. It's got its own power. But actually, I'm about to order them headphones tonight. The other ones, the Philips, and I can't wait to try that through my little mini amp. That mini amp is fantastic. Yeah, drop me an email, and I'll send you the link. But if you go and, if I'm not mistaken, if you go onto the YouTube channel and scroll down all the videos and look for the little mini amp, you'll see it. 2 little electric tubes, looks like a tiny little box. I think on there, all the info's there to go and search on eBay, and don't pay more than about 18, 20 quid. Because there are some of them that are doing the rounds at like 50, 60, 70, because right now they're getting a bit of following, because they are really good at what they do. 200. I haven't got that many date box, and to be honest, mate, I'm going to say right now, the best ones, as I always say, are these, until hopefully the new ones I get tomorrow. In fact, I might order them on my Echo in a minute just to get it over with. So they're my best ones. They were refurbished Beats, 54 quid on iwantoneofthose.com. They're the ones I go to when I want to chill on an evening, and I do this a lot, by the way. I just zone out, Spotify on PlayStation, lights dimmed, them on, and just listen to some music. I love that because I really like quality headphones. That's why I buy them. Contrary to your belief, I've got 200, and I know it was a joke. I've just got things like this. This is let me tell you, by the way, if I was doing a big review of all my headphones and people ask this, oh, what's the best one, la-di-blah-di-blah, this thing on my head is a shitty £17 plastic rubbish quality off Amazon that I bought because I wanted a cheap set to use with my Xbox One. Now, I cannot stress how amazing these are, and I mean amazing on 3 things. Sound quality is pretty cool for a 17 quid set. Compatibility works with everything, has its own little box here that just is a volume control and a mute. Don't really use that. But what I do, I've had more than anything said about this headset. And if most of us are gamers and want one for gaming and don't want to spend silly money, don't forget when I buy these other headphones, I do it for music. I don't do it for gaming. There's no microphone on them. I do it for music quality. This set, I've been told, has got one of the best quality microphones people have heard. And they cost 17 quid on Amazon. Literally cheap, shitty headset. In fact, let me just take it off. You might be, the camera might not work. I mean, I'll tell you what they are, got. Let me put it back on. They're nice and blue, and they've got a strap there. They're really nice. They're cool. They're called King Top. Go and look for a set on Amazon called King Top. They'll work with all your consoles, and you're hearing the microphone now, and it's amazing. About 17, 18 quid. So, shall I order them headphones now? Or try it? Alexa, buy Philips headphones.
I found Philips SHP 9500/00 Sycamore headband black headphone. It's £86 total. Would you like to buy it?
Yes.
Okay. Order placed.
And that's how you order on Amazon with that thing. One, it's frightening. One, it's easy. One, it's scary. And finally, it's bloody amazing. That now is done. Don't have to do another thing. Literally. But I will say one thing about that. I know there might be a couple of people in here. A couple have said they've got one of these. Regarding the buying thing, what I find, if I'm like, let's just say pull something out my head, I'm looking for a game, and I'll say buy whatever, she really struggles to just find basic stuff. Anything that I would name now, like if you guys chuck something in the room and say try and whatever, she'd struggle to find it. What I find is, and this is why when I'm searching on Amazon, I tend to like chuck things in my basket and save them out. My basket's always full of things that I've taken a shine to and whatever. And the reason I do that is for what you've just heard. If I've got something in my basket, in my list that I know I'm interested in and I finally decide to buy it, I'll tell her to buy it. But she's virtually 100% accurate, and you saw how fast it was. She's 100% accurate when things are in your basket. Like even to that number's a really long serial number, SBH 9500s. And she found that out because it's in my basket. If I'd have just asked for it, she'd have struggled. Two questions. Do you fancy a good home speaker? Or you not use the Google services? I don't use Google services, no. I have looked at the Google speaker. I obviously don't need one having this. And this is you've heard me talk about it. It's a phenomenal piece of kit. But no, I don't use Google services at all, virtually. Shindle, I use a pair of Turtle Beach PX4s game and then priced it wrong and got them for 30 quid, you lucky sod. I fell out of love with Turtle Beach, and I'll tell you why. Bit of a mini story. Back in the day when Cranky Gamers was at its really highest, early in its day, 3-4 years in, when we was reaching 7,000-8,000, I got sent a pair of Turtle Beaches for review. You know, people like that, you know, when you're really top of the tree, they chuck things at you. You can remember back in the day when I used to review quite a lot of stuff, like expensive headphones and stuff like that. They used to really throw it at you because number one in iTunes and one of the highest podcasts in the UK at the time, they love it. And it's all about that today. We've talked about this in the show, where, you know, it's all about whether you've got 10,000 people listening to you a week. So, you know, I Silver Dragon, happy Easter, mate. But yeah, going back to Turtle Beach, the very first Turtle Beach headset I got sent, I can't remember the exact set, but at the time it was the Muts Nuts. There was on their site, I think, because I was very fortunate this week, because I remember this was the actual time, you know, the point of people saying, this is not being big-headed, where you think this is going somewhere. Because I always thought this would never work. I thought it was just going to be two lads pissing about and it'll be done in 6 months. But you know, when in 1 week I got 3 things sent me, one, never asking for them, and two, they were really expensive. I got sent a set of Astro A40s, the full kit, expensive. The box blew my mind. And not 2 days later, I got sent a set of Turtle Beach top range as well. And at the time, I actually started using the Turtle Beach because they were pretty much, let's get them out of the box, let's plug them in. And they did tick all the boxes and didn't require any pissing about. When you get your Astros, they're quite overwhelming. You've got cables, you've got mix amps, you've got to do this, that, and the fucking other. And it really is like Christ almighty. So Turtle Beach at the time were my go-to headset, and they were for a long time. And the quality was awesome. I've not had a decent pair of Turtle headsets since then. I then moved on, obviously, as the years went by. I then moved to my Astro A40s, used them for quite some time as well. But then I got into listening to music more, and I used to buy the best headphones I could get and things like that. But then I reviewed a set of Turtle Beach a few months ago, and it's on the channel. And I have to say, this kind of like asked myself a question: has this where Turtle Beach has gone? Because I then went to the site and looked, and I actually asked the guys for a pair of these for review. And I asked them for review because it was for the VR headset. It was called the Turtle Beach VR S500 or something. They're on the channel. And I actually wrote to them and said, look, I'm currently reviewing headphones. It's all the rage with the PSVR. I'd like to review one for the channel. The standard, bog standard stuff that you send out. And we got a reply back pretty quickly and said, sorry, no, I'm sorry, we've got none of these available and la-di-da. So then you've got to look about buying them yourself if you want to review them, which I did. And I actually took a long time to pull the trigger on them, because when I'm buying something like an expensive headset, like the ones I've just bought, I have been looking at them now for 10 days, and I have watched videos virtually every day, and I should continue to watch videos till I get them, because they're not due till Thursday, I think. So with the Turtle Beaches, I had to constantly think about, shall I get them for the show, to talk about VR headphones, because I was using my Beats with my VR for quality, but the thing is, the fit with them, I didn't want to knacker these things, because the VR is so wide. This is why the Turtle Beach kind of appealed to me, because they'd been designed apparently to fit around it. So I got these headphones. If you go and look at the video, it literally is me unboxing them and picking up, and I'll tell you something, I can't remember feeling a pair of what was supposedly top-end headphones, and there was 60 quid, they weren't cheap, they were 60 quid, they were this new product made for VR, so you'd think there was, going to be the much nuts. But as I was doing research, I wanted to literally do them for the show because of the VR. But everywhere I was looking, I would say the split for them was 60-40 against. Loads of people were saying they're not worth the money, there's something about them, la-di-da, la-di-da. And I kept putting it off, thinking, well, I'll try them and this. I got them, and I'll tell you what happened with them. I got them out of the box. I may have mentioned it on the video. They're really light. Felt so cheap and shit. In fact, I would say that this set on my head, 17 quid. If you pick them up in one hand and pick these Turtle Beach 60 quid jobbies and looked at them, you'd think these cost more money because the way they looked. And also, there was the lightest piece of shitty plastic completely throughout the headphone. Not a piece of metal in them. They weighed about 5 ounces. They were really cheap. They felt like something you'd bought from a pound shop. It was awful. So I thought, okay, Turtle Beach, give them benefit of doubt. They're going to fit well. And they did. They fitted well over the VR. And I was sat there, and then I put them on. The sound was okay. It didn't blow me away. But don't forget, I've got some really good headphones anyway. So they've got to be really good to impress me. Anyway, this is what I'm expecting from them Philips I've just ordered. Hearing massive things about them. So I put them on, and the sound was okay. Nothing spectacular. Not very low end. Not much bass in them, but average. But then what the killer was, and as I kept using them for the next 2 or 3 days, and every time I picked them up and I started using them with the PS4, and I'm picking them up and I'm thinking, every time I picked them up, just something, I don't think these are worth the money. I was going to come to the Sony Platinums next. I think they're interesting as well. Sorry if I'm boring you with headphone chat, by the way. If you want to change subjects, just ask me a question. So what did it? It was on the Monday morning when we'd recorded the show, and I think I mentioned on the show they're really not super impressive. And then I got to talk to Ricky on the Monday on the PlayStation for the first time. And obviously I always use this, and it was him that's commented many times and said, the microphone on this headset's amazing. And I said, oh, right, and that's where it's come from. So this particular day, I put my Turtle Beach 50s on. I think, I can't remember what it's called, SB50s or some shit like that. So I put them on, and as we started, and he went, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I says, what's up? He says, what's wrong with your mic? I says, nothing. Why? He says, it's absolutely shit. And obviously I was trying it out and not letting him know I'd got the other. I said, what do you mean it's shit? He says, it's like, I can't hear you, it's crackly. And then what I did, I says, just bear with me 5 minutes. I went into the message system, and you can record a message. So I recorded the message and played my voice back. And when I heard it, I thought, wow. Took them off my head, put them to my side, put these back on, carried the chat on, told him about what I'd done. I literally bagged them up, sent them back, got my money back. Worst pair of Turtle Beach headphones I've ever seen, ever. Don't buy them if you see them, because they're awful. As for the Platinums, people know I went crazy last year. Or was it this year? It was this year, it was in January. They'd only just been released, hadn't they, because they got delayed last year. The brand new Sony official Platinum headset, wireless, bells and whistles. I have actually got a set of the old white gold ones. They're for sale if anybody wants them. You can have them for 40 quid. Bargain of the year. Mint condition, white headphones, comes with the dongle, already boxed. They're the previous model if you want to go and look at them. Where I still think they sell for about 90 quid now. So I was pushing myself to treat myself. It was just after Christmas. These things were all in the news. They'd been delayed. It was the next big flagship official wireless headset, the 2.0 to the white ones the years before. And I was impressed with them. They're okay. They sound, don't get me wrong, they don't blow you out the water with sound quality again. But again, I hark back to I'm used to some really good sound. But they was good. Big question people were asking, are the 80 quid good? It was borderline. What I would push them to, what I would push towards, are they worth 80 quid or not? They're very close to saying yes, but I'd probably put another 10, 20 quid off. 50, 60 quid's about right, because they tick all the boxes regarding wireless, flawless wireless, put the dongle in the PlayStation Connect every time. They tick the box with the amount of charge they hold. They held the charge for days. In fact, they were brilliant. They also ticked the box for the mic quality being wireless and it being inbuilt to the headset. Really nice. So if you can pick a set of them up, they're okay for your PlayStation. Moving on to the Platinum, they were released at £126. And again, I'd done my research. I was umming and ahhing. And when I was buying them, there was a lot of people mentioning they'd got a kind of fault. And I looked by this fault. And I got one. And I had them for a few days. I did the unboxing and showed it as well. But one of the reports, let me just get Dan's question for it. Goes, is it worth me buying an Xbox One S with the Scorpio coming? I'll come back to that in a minute. So, going back to this Platinum, they're 126 quid. The question was in all everybody's reviews, and I do extensive research, as I've said. This one thing kept coming back. And now, bearing in mind, I want to reiterate that these were supposed to come out in September, got delayed. November, delayed. December, delayed. Then they finally came out middle of January, official release. Something was, I don't know why they were thinking, but now these were 126 quid for a real big reason. They've got this new fandangled shit-hot audio, proper 7.1 3D surround sound that's supposed to be integrated because the PlayStation headphones have an app on the PlayStation that you can download specific sound files for the headphones to store in it to make a specific game work better. The guys that did Uncharted were the first to jump on board with Sony for this new Platinum headset to do this what's called, they give it a fantastic, like, shit-hot name. And the thing that sold it me was the video to sell this to you. And it showed you a clip from Uncharted, and whenever you'd got a bullet, like it was on a building, or it was round there, or it's down here and up there, they showed like a sound file on a video. And that's what you got with these new headphones. And I will say, I tried that. Amazing. It was a step up. It was phenomenal. Sound quality, bit better than the previous version. A bit more bassy at the low end. A lot better than the white ones. But this niggly thing that people kept saying was people were mentioning a crackling, a noise in the headphones. So I'd had these for about 3 or 4 days and I'd not noticed anything. In fact, if I'm being honest, I was impressed. I liked the Uncharted thing and I tried another thing. I think ESO had got some files on it. Ratchet and Clank had got one. So I tried all these games and I was super impressed. Again, 126 quid? No. Let's knock it down to about 80, about fair. But then, about 5 or 6 days later, I can't remember what I was doing. I think I was listening to music. I heard this click. Like, you know, like an audible click, like an electrical click. As if you'd switched a switch off and you just got that electrical feedback. And I noticed it in my right ear and I actually thought it was something else and I swept it aside. But you know, like when you're in a car and you hear a noise, a banging, a rattling, and somebody points it out to you, it's probably been rattling for like 20 fucking years. But because somebody said to you, oh, that's rattling, you can now never forget that noise. This is exactly like this was. And it got more prominent, and whether it had always been there since I had them, it was clicking, click, click, click. So I went to read some reviews, and this is what people were saying. There's a terrible problem with this headset that Sony need to be aware of. There's an audible click, and it's a problem. As soon as I heard that, I tried to put it off. But then one day I sat here, and it bothered me when I was listening to some quiet music, and it was bothering me. And I said to myself, Jew, these have cost 130 quid. If you're paying that kind of money for a set of headphones, there should be no clicking. And again, shipped them off, returned them. And Simply Games I got them from, by the way. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely superb. It is like a dead pixel that you can't unsee. Simply Games were brilliant with the delivery, with the support phone call, and the return. Picked them up. They picked them up on the Wednesday afternoon. The actual money was back in my bank Thursday afternoon at 4 o'clock, which is phenomenal. Rodney, I do remember when you asked me to print that Johnny Five's head from Short Circuit. I never did. No, I didn't, did I? Shindo, do you think PlayStation will have any surprise at E3? It seems like all their studios are working on games already announced. Would love to see probably something exciting. I don't think they're going to blow us out of the water with anything, but, and this is not fanboys either, when you've got to say this when you start talking consoles. We know Sony are working on games. They've proven this first 6 months of this year. They've knocked it out of the park. They've had all the exclusives. They've had the best games this year. And it's proven to be a really brilliant thing. And I was saying this privately to Ricky, and I might have said it on one of the shows. Cast your mind back to when that little bit of a show came on, when there was mentioning the Pro, and everybody jumped on board and gave them such shit to say, what about the games? They're not coming out till next year, and larded on. Everybody was pissing and moaning at them, giving all this shit for months and weeks. But now, they've all shut up, because Sony have delivered on that promise. They've delivered these brilliant games that they promised us 6 months ago. And for me, Shindo, if they are still concentrating on games, and this is going to sound fanboy again, the track record of Xbox for the last 2 years with games has been a bit ropey. They've had cancelled games, they've had, we all know the history, I don't need to go into it. But what Sony have done, quite the opposite. They've showed us the exclusives, they're telling us they're on the way, they've delivered. So if Sony come on E3 stage this year and say, guys, this is our next 12-month lineup for the Pro, and here we are, nobody's going to dispute that. Yes, people might say, oh, God, we've got to wait, but nobody's going to piss and moan anymore, because we know and we trust them to deliver, because that's what they've proven. What I would say, I would actually like to see as a surprise, and this kind of touches on the Scorpio a bit as well, because we mentioned the other day, Microsoft have stated, like Sony did, there will be no exclusive Scorpio-only games, which I find a stupid statement for both of them. If you're bringing out a new powerful machine, why not make an exclusive game for that doesn't run on anything else? To me, you're selling your public that. That's what you're selling. You want me to spend £500 on this shit-up machine, and you've got XYZ goes to fucking Hong Kong, does your new game, and it only runs on here, but it runs like the dog's balls, I'm going to be impressed, because that's what I want. Now, what I would like to see from Sony, I would like them to take that plunge. I think we're far enough down the end of the line where they could come on the stage at E3 and say, here is a PS4 Pro exclusive. I know it would upset a few people, and I know it would upset some PlayStation owners, but you've got to look at it realistically. It's moving forward. Technology's moving forward. You can't constantly keep supporting stuff. You know my thoughts on backward stuff. For me, and I saw a chat today that made me laugh actually, there's an Xbox Twitter account that keeps posting, still, the picture of the Scorpio stats when it came out about 3 weeks ago. Because I kept looking at it and actually saying, yeah, we know. You don't need to keep posting this picture every 3 fucking days, because we know. You're not telling us anything different. But what I did finally that was weird, I went into the chat, and watching the chat, well, you can imagine, it's like a clusterfuck of normal Twitter chat. Fanboys get involved, a lot of level-headed chat as well. But again, there's people in that room saying, oh, I'm pre-ordering a Scorpio, and I'm thinking, why? Why are you saying you're going to buy that machine when you know nothing about it yet, and you know nothing that's coming on it? That just baffles me. It's not going anywhere. But to scream that you're going to, oh, I'm buying it, I don't know, it's just a bit weird. But I would like to see Sony at least come and say at E3, here is a couple of games, just a couple, that are Pro exclusive. And I think if PlayStation owners are being honest, you would give them that. You know, you wouldn't, or I would like to think that Sony fans wouldn't shit on them for it, you know, because you can see the fallout, can't you? Oh, look, we've got 2 exclusives. They are only on PS4 Pro. And even Sony fanboy would lose the shit. Well, that's not right. You told us. And yes, they did. But we're moving on. We're moving forward. Do you know what I mean? Would they be as pissed if they came on stage and said PS5's coming? I don't know. Would they? It'd raise my eyebrows, but I don't think it'd piss me off. And I'm one that's bought a Pro. I would not. Honestly, if Sony came on stage and said, whoosh, PlayStation 5 coming out next fucking March 2018, I would not be one of them people that would scream, "Oh my God, you fucking ripped me off." I'd be more interested on what the machine is, because technology moves on. You know what I mean? It just does move on. Going back to answer your question, by the way, would you buy an Xbox One S to a Scorpio? You've got to ask yourself this question. Why do you want an Xbox One S right now? If it's for the Blu-ray player, no. Christ, no. And everybody knows my thoughts on that. If you've not got an Xbox and you're just a PlayStation owner and you want an Xbox One S, yeah, I'd say get one. If you've not played Xbox games for a while, get one. The back catalogue's great. They've still got games that you wouldn't have played. We all know right now, it's no secret that there is not a lot to play it brand new. There's no big exclusives because they're holding out for the Scorpio. I'll tell you what I have thought about this argument, though. They're saying that, and it is a bit light, they're not mentioning a lot of games that are coming out. But, you know, if all this thing that they're promising, and it's been officially said that, you know, the Scorpio is going to be able to play all Xbox One titles, which is a well-known fact, is it not? So, going back to this thing that I'm saying, do you not find it funny that they've not come out and at least announced some brand new games anyway? Because you've got such a loyal following on Xbox One, if all games are going to be working on the Xbox One as well as the Scorpio, surely your loyal fan base for the last 3-4 years deserves to be told your plans of where is Crackdown, where is, you know, what happened to Scalebound, well, we know, but as loyal fans of your product, I don't think it's right that they're sitting there and not mentioning new stuff. And you can argue the toss and say, well, they're holding it for E3. Yeah, but there's not been a decent batch of release on Xbox for a good 4-6 months, has they? And that's a long way off E3. And this is what I kind of talk about. I can't get my head around that them loyal fans are waiting for you to tell them what's coming out. It doesn't matter if it's coming out on Scorpio, because you're going to have your fan base for that anyway. You've seen it. Xbox fans are loyal. They're already jumping on the boat. But them poor people that's already on that boat and gone sailing off, they're sat there without anything to play. Because you lot aren't telling them what's coming out. And it doesn't matter. Tell them. They're still your loyal customer base. They're still going to be playing them games whether it be on Xbox One or Scorpio. Because you've already told us that there's going to be no exclusive Scorpio games coming out, period. So in that case, every game you are going to tell us is going to be playable. So I just think it's a bit weird. Think the Pro owners wouldn't be happy if PS5... Do you know what? I think they would initially, but I go back to what I've just said about when the Pro was announced, and they announced, you know, all the games and people were pissing and moaning, saying, oh, Christ, we've got to wait that long. Where's the exclusives now? Because as gamers, we're impatient buggers. So they forgave him in the end, and like I said, they're reaping the fruits of the reward now, aren't they? You know, everything's rosy. People can't shout high enough about the PlayStation. They're losing the shit. We're playing Horizon, we're playing Nier Automata, all these exclusives that are fantastic. So everybody's happy. So initially they'd probably lose the shit if they were PlayStation 5, which I don't think there's going to be, by the way. So that's my thought anyway. But yeah, I think they'd piss and moan for a bit, but then I think they'd settle down and get excited, I've got to say. Dave, but what about multi-format games being better? Must influence prospective buyers. Right. Good question, Datebox. Great question. The exact same thing has happened to the Pro. Every game now's got a boost mode, but I'm going to tell you now, that does not interest me in the fucking slightest at all. And if anybody is buying a Scorpio just to get better games that they should be playing now, that will blow my mind. If you are honestly spending £600, £500 on a new piece of tech to play the same shit that you're playing now, just a bit shinier and a bit faster, I think you want your bloody heads looking at. What you should be demanding is that £500 you're spending. I want games like the Pro's playing now, because that's what they promised. I don't want all that backward shit, all that stuff. Yes, it was right, and this is what I want to get. It was nice. It was a plus that, you know, some of my old games look better, and they do. But it's not the reason I wanted a Pro. I wanted a Pro for the 4K, for the new stuff that we're playing, for the Horizons, for the Neo. That's what I wanted it for, and that's what Scorpio owners should want. They shouldn't sit there and be happy with fucking, oh, this is going to work better on Xbox One. Why? You're giving them £500 for a brand new piece of tech. At least give me something that's decent to play on it. That's just my personal thoughts, obviously. I want to go into Cryo Sleep and get till Last of Us 2's released. Yeah, definitely. Has Steve finished the first one yet? Won't bother asking about Ricky. Not sure about that, because we never tell each other what we've done over the week to kind of give us a... Contrary to your... I mean, I know what Ricky does, because me and Ricky talk quite a lot privately. But as the other guys, and most of us, don't tell each other what we've been doing on the week gaming-wise, because then it's a better content for the show, because we then don't know what the other's going to say. So, Simon, no need to blow your load all at once. The thing is, mate, they're not giving you anything to blow anything over, are they? There's nothing. And by the way, going back to that tweet of the picture of the thing, even Xbox fans, I would say the vast majority, were very excited, as most gamers are, at what it does and what they've shown us it's going to do. But virtually, I would say 70% of that room was saying exactly what I said and what I've been lambasted for. It's all right showing us this nice thing, but what about the games? Loads of tweets. What about the games? What about... And it just is what it is. And I know E3, it's coming. We'll get it. Don't worry. But let me throw something out to you now, okay? Hand on heart, fanboyism aside, whether you own an Xbox, whether you own a PlayStation or whatever, if you are a gamer, a middle-aged gamer that should have more brains than sense, if you are now going to stand and compare them two shows side by side, and this is just being perfectly honest, whatever they announce game-wise, Sony and Microsoft, who are you going to be more confident of right at that moment? And me personally, I'd be way more confident on Sony delivering what they've just told us, because they've done it. The only thing Microsoft have done in the last 2 years is really a clusterfuck, if we're being honest, aren't we? So, disagree with that, Toz, which that's quite okay, mate. No problems. Everybody's got opinions, and I appreciate and respect them. All the games running better is a bonus, and they have said the 360 games. Mate, look, if that is your bag, fair enough. That's great. You're going to have a great time. But I just go back to the point. Are you really happy spending £500 to play something you can play right now for a lot less money, just for a few more frames per second and a bit shinier? Because I'll tell you now, and I'm speaking from a pro owner, the graphics are nice. The really nice games are great. But I'll tell you right here and right now, as with all new shiny tech, HD, DVD, whatever, in time it becomes second nature. 4K is still pretty to look at, and it's nice, and the new shiny games are nice. But let me tell you now, the fact that Horizon Zero Dawn was an absolutely stunning game to play game-wise, Nier Automata is a great, different game, and all the other exclusives that's come out, gameplay is what matters to me. You know, and that's the problem. And I agree, fans like you like to play your old stuff because it's the stuff you've grown up on, it's the stuff you've bought, it's your money you've spent on it. So I agree, it's a great bonus, but I wish people would actually look for what it is. It is a bonus, just a small bonus. In kind, I see it as a loyalty bonus. You have been a fan over the years and put money into Microsoft and bought a 360 and an Xbox One and spent countless money on all them games. And I agree, the days are gone now where, because it used to be back in the day, you bought a new console out, fuck the rest of the games you've just been playing for the last 5 years. Don't matter. Don't give a shit, because they're not going to work on this new machine. And that's what we had to put up with. That was it. I honestly never minded that at all. At all. And I think what it is, technology has moved on so much that we now expect a lot more, and them being able to deliver us the old games and not move us on, we kind of been spoiled. And we've all kind of fell into that trap. It's great I'm giving you money for a brand new console, but you're rewarding me with... And this is what I go back to. I see it as a very slight bonus. Thank you. I've shown my loyalty. Thank you. I'm really glad I can pay my old shit when I want to. But again, I'll go back to, if I'm spending that money on a new console, I want new shit to play on it. And that's just me. I just don't see going back as, yeah, it's a bonus. So anyway, let me get to some questions I'm missing. I just think Sony take more risks with the games they make, and the genres appeal to many different gamers. They do. You look at the things, and I agree. They've done well. Nobody's going to... And if you're a true gamer, you can't... You're kidding yourself if you don't admit that Sony are doing well right now. If you are literally going to go on Twitter or social media and bang the Xbox drum and say, oh, Sony games are shit, then I'm sorry. No, go and talk somewhere else, because you're not being honest with yourself. You're not being honest with a gamer either, because we all know, as gamers, Sony are doing well right now. Nobody can lie. Almost Rodney, playing devil's advocate, but Sony want to charge for backwards compatibility. I'll say it again, Rodney, and I'll say it a million times. I am amazed that that thing hasn't died on its arse yet as a subscription. And to be honest, they've wiped it out every system of TVs, of everywhere else, except on the PlayStation 4. What that tells me, and this might be just me, I think we may see what I've been advocating for the last 2 years. With them dropping it, even from TVs, by the way, like Ricky had a Sony TV and he was really happy to see that it got that inside the TV. Well, it don't work no more. They've stopped it. They've stopped it on PS3. I see that. Maybe it's just me being a little bit optimistic, but I see that as maybe a little surprise they might be pushing. Because I still say, if Xbox can do it, give you free shit, backwards compatibility and old games doing, I find it astonishing that Sony are charging that much money. And to be fair, guys, the only reason they're doing it is because of the amount they paid for the technology. We all know they paid an absolutely stupid, fucking ridiculous amount for the tech. And I feel that they're just trying to get some of that back to probably appease the shareholders, because you can't throw that kind of money at a tech and then expect to just write it off. It was 30 million quid, I think, which is fucking crazy. I do think, though, with them wiping it out of everywhere else and just concentrating on PS4, don't be surprised if this year is the year my 2-year thing comes to fruition, that they're going to throw it into Plus. I mean, again, I'm not a big fan of old games. I'd probably look at it and get excited a bit on the old nostalgia, but I wouldn't go back and play a game to the end. But I wouldn't... In fact, I would be ringing it from the rooftop saying, look, I told you this was going to happen, and I still think it will, because I just cannot see. I'd love to know the numbers of people that are actually paying for that thing. 12 quid a month, isn't it? I mean, who in the right mind is chucking 12 quid a month to play old games? I will say, I tried it when I tried it on the old PS4 and I got the free trial. It works flawlessly. It's one of the most amazing things to see ever, to go into a library. It's basically like going into the PlayStation Store right now, seeing a game, clicking it, and literally 15 seconds later, you're playing it. And it worked flawlessly. I think I tried 3 games at the time, and it was amazing. And I'll say to you all, if you've not used your free trial of it, because you get a 7-day free trial of it, hop onto the store tonight, take that free 7-day trial and just have a look at it, because 1, you'll find some games that you're probably really excited for, and 2, the technology is bloody brilliant. But 12 quid a month, on your bike. PS Now is a terrible for £20 a month. They need to drop it to about 8 quid. Like I said, Shindo, I think Sony have got plans. I really do. I think that they're either going to chuck PlayStation Now into it, and if they do, it'll be more than 20 quid. They'll put money on it. And then you've got to ask yourself a question, do you want it? I will say, just if they do that, if they do the thing I'm saying and put PlayStation Now into the Plus subscription, I want to add a caveat to it. They need to make it a choice. They need to offer PlayStation Plus with no PlayStation Now, 20 quid. PlayStation Plus with Now, 30 quid. No, less than 30, because that only takes 2 quid off. 35 quid. That kind of number, you know what I mean? They need to offer it as a split. What they don't want to do is make it mandatory. Plus, and I don't think they will, because if they're making PlayStation Plus, which is mandatory to have now to play online, they cannot then force that to everybody, because it'll create a divide. Because people will say, well, I don't want this. And I do think they are planning something, though. I just do. So, Rodney, I got my PS4 up and running after 6 months by making one controller out of 2 broken ones from a friend. Recommended me a few exclusives, but no, Jay, you didn't finish it. The thing that annoys me with PlayStation Now is paying to play a game I already own a digital copy of. In what context? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Sorry, yeah, I get you. Do you mean if you've bought a game, no, and it becomes on PlayStation Plus? Am I getting that right? I'm not quite with you. Just enlighten me. How long have I been streaming? 2 hours of me rattling. Christ. It's like a show. I don't think I've said stuff I'm going to say on the show tomorrow, so if you tune into the show, I'm not going to bore you by repeating it. I'll tell you what it is going to give me a chance, though. I will definitely might jump on Persona when I finish this stream, and if I don't jump on it tonight, I will definitely jump on it to tomorrow daytime, because I want to at least start it. Anybody in the room that's played ukulele, bought ukulele? I know that somebody in the room last night said they didn't like it. Dirtbox remasters, toz, lazy money grabs. Could ban. I don't know, because again, it's opinion, isn't it? Because the point about remasters and stuff, nobody's going to make you buy. And this is the thing I go back to. Nobody makes you buy them. Just because they make the remaster, nobody's holding a gun to your head and saying, right, you must go and buy The Last of Us now, even though you bought it before. This one's remastered, which I have done, actually. In fact, do you know what? I bought Last of Us remastered to see what the 4K upgrade was like, and it's still on my desktop, never been started yet. So, where are we? Just some PS4 exclusives, but no Japanese games, please. I mean, going back to Plus, I mean, I'm easier. I mean, it doesn't bother me that. I mean, to be honest, if I play Plus and I don't even know what I'm getting out of it, because I can't remember the last Plus game I downloaded, played, and enjoyed fully. So I don't know what I don't play online. I think, though, the chat and stuff and this, you see, this is where my PlayStation Plus goes on this, because obviously I wouldn't be able to stream without it. So that's another thing. I own a PS3 digital copy of a game, but PS Plus now doesn't recognise I already own it, so I have to play it. Really? It's a bit shit. So basically then, hypothetically, you've say bought, I don't know, GTA whatever on PS3 digitally, and you've bought it and you've got it, it's yours. So if that came out next month on Plus, if you wanted to play that, you'd have to pay Plus subscription to play it. Surely that, I might be getting confused about that. Surely you can still play that game whatever. Why are they making you pay double for? I don't get it. I'm totally probably getting late and a bit thick. Anyway, playing Demon Hunter and Diablo. Yeah, it is. It's the best starter character you can play. Not on Plus, on Play. Oh, right. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, apologies, Simon, my confusion. Yeah, I think you're right. I read this the other day when I think I was reading the story about it being dropped. People are complaining that, and I do think that's very wrong. Yeah, very wrong. I think a better idea would be to add PlayStation 4 games to PlayStation Now. They need to look to the future and stop living in the past. Shindu, that's now happening on the PlayStation Now on the PC. It's happening really close. It was announced last month. If you play PlayStation Now on PC, because that's possible, PlayStation 4 games are going into that library, or they may have already started. That was announced last month. Almost Rodney, genuine question, but do you think microtransactions are ruining gaming? To be honest, microtransactions are a shit thing. We all know that. We all know it started in phone gaming, really started it to the front. We all know it's in normal gaming, but I'll say this, and it's a simple equation to me. Providing microtransactions are not interfering with gameplay or game winning and not thrust in your face, I don't see microtransaction as a problem, because to me, they're non-existent. I never go looking for them, and by what I mean, if it's constantly popping up saying, do you want to buy this? Then it's a problem and it ruins the game. But if you play games normally, microtransactions are quite easily to avoid. You don't have to look at them. You don't have to click them. When it becomes a problem is if it's a game-winning experience purchased. So, will I go back to Skyforge at all? Well, my schedule, because I do this show and I have to play as many games as I will, I'll probably pop it on now and again. I won't stream it again. It was very enjoyable, and I got a couple of messages from you guys as feedback as well that you were surprised with it. It's very good for free to play. Very good. One of the better ones, as I was mentioning in the stream last night. God, my voice is starting to ache because I'm talking, because I'm going to have to stop soon. What day is it? I've lost track. It's Easter Sunday, isn't it? So it's Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow. Are people interested in me doing an unboxing for that? People keep writing to me, by the way. It's interesting for me to throw a question to you. Please, can you start doing unboxings again? I've had more feedback from that in the last 2 weeks than ever. I am planning to go back to my Loot Gaming unboxing. I've actually officially had the dispatch notice today, and as I said on one of the streams before, my Loot Gaming dispatch, like if I was an American now, I would get that in 2 days' time. But sadly, mine dispatches today. What date are we on? Alexa, what date is it?
Today is Sunday, April 16th.
So it's the 16th of April. I will probably get my Loot Gaming box in the first week of May, which is shit. But it is what it is. And I spoke about unbox, but I am going back to unboxing because I've had quite a few people asking me to do that. So I will do that. I am due to get that gadget off Indiegogo this week that's been on a holiday to USA. I think I'm going to do an unboxing of that as well. Because it's just a really cool piece of kit. And I'm going to do an unboxing because the thing itself is now available on... it's available on Amazon. So if you like the product when I do the unboxing, you'll be able to just jump on Amazon and buy it yourself. It's really cool, by the way. That's why I'm going to do an unboxing. So the headphones are due to arrive on Thursday. And I'll probably do an unboxing of them anyway. But people have asked me to start doing them again. But like I touched on in a couple of the streams before, if I don't get, likes and things, it's just... Well, I covered it before. It just is pointless for me to keep doing it. It's just a pain in the ass. And I know people, that's what I should do and want to do it. And I do. But... Alex, make me toast. Silence. Shit. Sorry. It can do some crazy stuff. Wait, was there one today? Alexa, get me an Easter egg.
If I just give them away, it will be too quick. Ask me where to find a certain Texas Ranger with a stellar roundhouse kick.
There are loads of weird shit, and when you've got this, you get a weekly email, and they tell you on the weekly email what new things have been added and things. And they came this week, obviously, saying there's a lot of Easter eggs that she can do, and there's a couple of things that you can say like that. And there's one about Star Trek as well. Alexa, cup of tea, Earl Grey, hot.
I can't find the answer to the question I heard.
No, I must have said it wrong. There's one, if you say them words... Oh, wait a minute. Alexa, Earl Grey tea hot.
The replicators on this vessel are not yet operational.
The replicators on this vessel are not operational. She's got loads of mini Easter eggs, and they're really funny when you find them. But yeah. I didn't, mate. I didn't get any Easter eggs. I was actually quite... I had a bit of a craving this afternoon. I've run out of chocolate biscuits, like there's a crime in my house. Like a quarter of my shopping's chocolate biscuits. I was actually sat watching the football this afternoon and made myself a coffee and sat down for the footy. And I'd got a real craving for some chocolate. And I do get that occasionally. I do like my chocolate a lot. And I went to the cupboard and I'd run out. I got nothing. The cupboard was completely bare. And I thought, is the shop open? Because I've got a shop really close. It literally takes me like 2 minutes to get there. It's literally just out this window. And I couldn't remember if there was open. But no, I didn't get an Easter egg. I wish I would have liked one. I'll tell you the story. I went to B&M last week, 'cause it's the only place I can get my coffee. And I go there like once a month. And I went to B&M just when they were selling the Easter eggs. And it must be, I don't know how long it is since I last bought Easter eggs. But I really honestly thought, and B&M's like a kind of cheapy shop in this part of the world. I think they're around the country, I'm not sure. And there were shelves full of eggs, and I was actually going to treat myself. I thought, you know what, I'm going to chuck a couple of eggs in, and I thought I might chuck one in for my daughter as well. And I got down the aisle, and I like stood there and went, holy shit, like dead expensive. Well, not, I mean, I'm tight, but expensive, way more than I thought there was. I thought they'd be like, oh, some, cheap eggs like £2, £3. They were like 10 quid, 15 quid. I thought you can bugger that. Darebox, intrigued by the home automation stuff these days. It is. It's fantastic, mate. And I am close, but this is just... in fact, it's in my basket on Amazon. I've been close to getting... You've just seen me, I can control the lights. Alexa, bedroom, 50%.
Okay.
A nice subtle lighting. It brings out my face a bit more. I'm intrigued by this. They're brilliant. They're not cheap. They're crazy price, them bulbs are. I have got in my basket for home automation thing is a plug. Just like it looks like a plug adapter. You could basically, example, in the kitchen, plug it into the kettle, plug it into the wall, put the kettle in, and I could basically ask her to switch the kettle on. And I know that sounds, it's like really like people thinking, Christ, that's gone crazy. But it actually is quite beneficial to me. Because it would be quite good for me. I always fill the kettle, and it'd be things like if I'm, having a shower or in the toilet in the morning, you could literally like just get up out of bed and I tell her to put the radio on anyway, and then I could just tell her to put the kettle on, which by the time you've been in the bathroom, it would be done, which is pretty cool. So, but some of the things you can get now for automation, I've seen things like, because America is kind of ahead of us at the minute with that, but they've got things like, and all controlled by the Echo, door locks. I've seen a door lock, like a proper top-end dog's bollocks door lock that you can operate with that. I've seen blinds, I've seen lights, I've seen curtains, I've seen people controlling the telly. I think what I've heard as well, I think Amazon are looking at the Echo controlling TV. And I think they're on par with trying to get that to work in some way. Obviously, if most tellies are smart TVs and they're networked up, so it wouldn't surprise me if Amazon are going to get like an app, because they're all on the same network, and then install the app, or skill as they're called, and then you can control your TV, which is pretty cool. But it depends at what level it's going to be. So... United Chelsea was good. If we beat Burnley next week... Oh, you're a Spurs fan, are you a Spurs fan, Shindo? I wish there were... And I'm not disrespectful to any teams. Obviously, I'm a Derby County fan. I do like the Premiership. I wish there was more teams involved. I mean, I think it's better for the fans. I wish, like now, I really wish there was, like, the top 6. I mean, how cool would it be now, really, as a football fan? I know if you support one of the teams, it's quite airy, but how cool would it be now, a few weeks away from the end, if the entire top 6 were separated like by 2 points, and every weekend it was like, it would be fantastic, seriously. Datebox, I have the heating controls on my phone. Right, my brother has got a Hive, and he controls it with his phone. He's shown me when we've been out, and he said, look, I'm going to put the heating on and bollocks, and it was pretty cool. Now, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on the show, I might have done. My thermostat for this, and I mean, I've got central heating. Oh, United fan, it was a good result then. My thermostat is on there's a door there, that's my main door out the flat, and it goes down some stairs. So I've got like a mini landing. My thermostat, one of the old shitty dial ones, is on the wall, and it is fucking useless. Cannot tell you how useless that thing is. Whether it's old, whether it's clogged, whether it's shitty, whether it's broke, I don't know. To give you an in question, my heating's on all the time on the boiler, but that thermostat is down to 10 degrees at all times. And it's right at its lowest setting, because any higher, and the fucking heating is just way over. It's too hot. Now, when I had an electrician come about my kettle that time, I think I asked him, or I asked somebody else that come. Oh, tell a lie, they came to fix my boiler in the roof, the people that the Guinness Trust. And the guy that was here, I asked him, and I mentioned the thermostat, and he says it's probably broke and old. He says, you ought to ring them and get it replaced. But I said to him, I says, would I be able to buy one of these? Because you can buy them yourself, can't you? And I actually heard it literally is, I think my brother did his own. It literally is just remove the old one, and it's like 3 wires, plug it in, and away you go. Yeah, there's no way that thermostat should be at 10 degrees all the time. But I've contemplated buying one of these snazzy fucking wall things with the electronic dials and shit like that. But they're not cheap either, are they? They're like running at £100 or so, so they are expensive, and I don't want to buy something like that I'm not guaranteed it's going to work. I suppose I could return it, but I would like it. But obviously we're coming to the summer, it's not going to matter anything because the heating goes off then anyway. But yeah, I really like the look of them. Really cool. And what I like about my brother's as well, I don't know if yours is the same, he's got like the thing on the wall that he never touches, but he's got like a portable thing that sits on the kitchen table. I don't actually think it's a Hive, by the way. I don't think it's the one. It's similar. He's got an app and everything. But what he can do, he lives in a large bungalow, and he's got a conservatory that's really shit temperature and all that, and different places in the house. The thing is, what impressed me, he showed me that if he picks that unit up, and it's just a tiny little like LCD box, if he picks that up and say walks into his conservatory and puts it down on the table and turns that dial, the system will recognise it wants to warm that room up that he's in, which I thought was really cool. That was a good little trick. Yeah, I know you can buy a monthly date box. I'm not even sure. I've just basically looked them because you can buy them yourself. So probably won't do it because to be honest, the kitchen's a yard there, the back door's there. When it's shut, it's sealed in. This room's only 24 foot long. I've got one major radiator there, the length of the window, because I've got 2 windows here. Where I'm sat now, there's a window in that corner, a window here, and I've got a window by my bed in that corner. So there's one radiator in this entire flat, and it's adequate. It's crazy. I've got one radiator here, I've got one in the bathroom, and I've got one on the landing, a little baby one, and it's crazy. For God's sake, Todd's been watching an hour, take a break from all the yakking. Make people like this, that's what I've been told. I ought to go and kill some stuff. I've sat here 2 hours and not done any grinding. But I will throw it open. Are people interested, by the way, for the streams next week? Would you be interested in me streaming... would you be interested in me streaming a brand new start of Horizon? Or would you be interested in me getting something like Ukulele? By the way, I got turned down for a review for Ukulele the other day. It was quite surprising. I thought they'd be readily handed out. What does yes mean? Yes to... No, mate, you're right. Anyway, I might as well do something. And plus, if you... Questions, if I don't get questions, I can't keep... Oh, I've got a decent item there. Oh, but I'm not getting it for that, because that's one of my best ones. In fact, helping Darren out earlier, I got naff all drops, didn't I, if I remember? I think I'm going to have a go at doing that macro I talked about the other day. Either one. I might start Horizon for a kick-off, because... oh, my coffee. Forgot about my coffee. Ukulele's 35 quid, by the way. That is scalding. Oh. In fact, I've burnt my lip. Oh. Yeah, ukulele's 35 quid. Which ain't bad. But then again, like I said at the thing, it's... Is he from Hucknall? You joking? Christ, he's only around the corner. I had to get in touch with him then and say, chuck me a copy, didn't I? Wonder if he's got his email address. I ought to throw him a line and try and get one. But yeah, I got turned down 2 days ago from the main head office to try and get a review. But you get a feeling for reviews, actually. It's kind of, you know, when I apply for a review, you don't apply, you ask and you've got your contacts. That when I ask, you kind of get a feeling like, you know, if it's like one of the major big games, it's highly unlikely you get one. I do sometimes. I do fall lucky sometimes. But you can kind of get a feeling for games when you write and say, look, any chance of a review for the show? And the thing is, when I must admit, I'll be honest, when I wrote and asked for a review of Ukulele, I was not expecting to be turned down. It was one of them feelings. By the way, I bought my first fidget spinner because of you, Toz. I'd never seen them before. They're cool, aren't they? I've just got this one. This one came the other day. It's jet black. It's dead small. It's the best one ever. Absolutely awesome. Can you hear the noise? Oh, I did that earlier. It's a beautiful one. It only cost, I think... Where did I get this one from? I think this was a Facebook post I found, actually. It's a company selling them, and it's beautiful. I think it only cost about 9 quid. And it's dead small, really nice. One of my favourites. It sits here. Always does. Have you bought any games in the Easter sale? I've only bought Rainbow Moon. But somebody wrote to me an email yesterday and mentioned 2 games. I mentioned it on the stream yesterday. And I think I'm actually going to buy the music one. Somebody mentioned a music game. It was called Aurora or something. That's about 9 quid. But I think I might buy that actually for something different to try. Also, I've come close to buying Mafia 3. I said at the top of the stream, I played the demo. I'm going to talk about that in the show tomorrow, so I won't mention it right now. But Mafia 3 is really interesting me. The other one is Yakuza 0. Oh, you're joking. Where did you get that one from? I've been after... I don't want to spend silly money on a spinner. I've got about 10, and they're all cheap. A couple of them I've made myself, as you guys know. But I want one that a really long spin time, one of the good ones. So send me an email of which one you got and where you got it from, if you don't mind. Because if that spins 4 or 5 minutes, that's massive. This one spins about a minute and a half, but it's classed as a fidget spinner, a proper one. This one is the latest one I bought before that. Let me just grab this. Wait a minute. You probably can't see it on the thing. This is like a Chinese rip-off. Got this off eBay. That one there is like a brass one. This one, that baby spins for 3 minutes 40. That's my longest spinner. That is just fantastic out the box. And I do like that one. That's like a bigger... I mean, you're not going to see it. It's the same shape. I'm trying to hold it up to the white light. That shape, but this one is bigger. It's like twice the size and a bit more weighty. Picked up Abzu. Is that the game I'm talking about, Simon, or am I completely off the mark? But Dirtbox, send me info on that spinner, matey. Wouldn't mind looking at that. Right, let me go and do a Nephar alarm rift for a bit. I don't want to waste a key. Oh my god, we're playing a game 2 hours 20 minutes into the stream and we're playing. this map. This is a shite map. Cheers, matey. I'll have a look at that. Was it based in Britain, or did you get it from somewhere foreign?
Not ready yet.
Abzu, you die. Oh, I played it. It was a great little game. Yeah, I remember what it was. Where you, it was quite hard to understand at the beginning. Where you was getting all the different animals and stuff. I finished it. It's a really short game, isn't it? I remember talking about it on the show.
Still waiting.
We have an elite. Oh, you are there. Look, you big git. Let's get the big one out. That one sorts them out. Death's breath. I need some death's breath. That's the fucking thing. Oh, a couple of days, so it must be Britain. Yeah. Where did you buy it from, mate? Was it an eBay jobby? Was it actually classed as a... Did they say it at the time? Was it a...
Not ready yet.
was it classed as a long spinner? Because most spinner sites that sell them say whether they're supposed to be a long spinner or a short one. Have you taken the... have you had a look at the bearings?
Need more time.
Because I've bought two... I bought two spinners that are cheap. That brass one there, and they piss me off when they do this as well. Like the black one's beautiful. The caps come off, they unscrew off. You should actually never buy a spinner where the caps don't come off. So when I buy a spinner now, I always ask the people that are selling them, do the caps come off? Because the reason you ask if the caps come off, in time, the bearings get dirty. It's just a natural thing. You should be able to undo the bearing and be able to clean. So you can get the, and it's a ceramic one, I thought it would be. What kind is it? Is it just a double or a triple like mine? Wrong button, dick.
Still waiting.
I don't think my luck's up on this thing, so I ain't getting many decent drops. Which is shit. Oh, that's my... God, I lost complete track then. Triple, yeah. I much prefer the triples. I've got a nice double that's pretty nice to spin, but they don't feel as comfy. Oh, I'm glad to get a doorway. Let's move into somewhere. Oh, it takes me to an even shittier place. Oh no, this is my favourite place. Oh, this place, guys, in the game, if you're Diablo players, try and find it. Can't remember what it's called, but this place is a leveling godsend. This is manic, this place is. It's absolutely chocker. Oh, get out of the way of that, or you're going to die. Oh shit, get out of the way. Them explosions are a pain in the ass. Is he just coming back? That's a bit late, or has he been out today? The best thing about this level is you see them, like, I'll show you one in a minute. And that's why this is really cool. There is absolutely shitloads of mobs on here. But I'll show you something when you see it in this place. That's why if you're playing it yourself, you should keep an eye out for it. They're a good fidget spinner subreddit if you go on there, by the way. Okay. Right, see these things here, these glowy vases. These have got like a magic power. Look, spirit totem. So if you open a door and then shoot them, they release some kind of totem and do a load of damage to the things. So you can actually make a killing on XP if you want to level. It's a brilliant place to level.
I need arcane power.
Yeah, people have asked me to stream it. You can't stream it because it's VR. It's difficult to stream VR. I mean, I could play it normally, but you're just going to lose. Well, there's a thing in there, is there? Holy shit. I mean, to be fair, I am going to say that... Oh, we got... Oh, did you see the slowdown then? Holy shit. What the fuck?
Still waiting. I need arcane power. Well deserved.
Not got a single bastard drop here decent, have I? Right, shit. Is it worth me getting Horizon Dawn since I... Are you joking, Rodney? You want to go and wash your mouth out? Oh, he's just got one, look. Woohoo! Please, fingers crossed, please be a fucking... Come on. Please be the thing I'm after. Come on. Ring of Grandeur. No, is it bollocks? Fuck. Horizon Dawn, mate, is simply... And I don't say this lightly, it is the best video game I've ever played. Period. And that goes for me. Don't forget, when I say things like that, I know it's... Some people can represent it as a bit tongue-in-cheek, and you're saying, oh, well... What I'm saying is, my style of gameplay, the kind of adventure, kind of Tomb Raider-y things, that thing to me just was the best video game I've ever played. Because it did everything just perfect. Are you one for power leveling in games? I often see Zones chat people offering to get people them. I don't mind helping people in this game to level, but I will tell you this. If you're a new player to Diablo, if this is what you mean, so apologies if you don't. Say you're a new player to Diablo and you're dying to get to level 70, like now. I could quite easily take you in a game and get you to level 70 in less than a day. No way. What I would say to you is, don't do that. I would say actually, and I would say this as well, I think I may have said this to you the other day, Simon. If you've never played Diablo, don't bother with the seasons. Just start a normal game and play the game properly. Enjoy the game and get used to it. Get to the end, enjoy the story. Play the game how it's meant to be played and enjoy it properly. When next seasons come, seasons 11 in a few months' time, you'll be then ready because you'll know how the game works and plays. I wouldn't jump in seasons as a brand new player. I really wouldn't. It's just not beneficial. You're not learning anything, and you'd learn so much more playing the normal game. I've power leveled a couple of people. In fact, when Ricky first got the game ages ago, before we'd even got seasons, we actually power leveled him in less than, I think, 35 minutes. Oh shit, I didn't mean to press that button. Yeah, we power leveled Ricky to level 70 in less than, I think, 40 minutes we did. Piece of piss. Have you heard about the YouTuber Mike? Is that a piss take, that name? Is that his real name? I'm not born. If that's a piss take. I tell you what I do follow on, if you want a serious answer, if that is not a serious answer. Rikers, I like watching his video, and he's got one of the coolest YouTube voices ever. Go and watch some videos by Riker. He's like a really good Diablo player. And he's brilliant. Yeah, it is. I mean, oh God, never power level anybody in ESO either. It's all about learning the game. I played Horizon Zero Dawn and went to Mass Effect, and now I'm depressed. Do you know when I said on the show when I'd finished Horizon Dawn, can you remember me saying that this game, to me, has been that good, everything else has got to live up to it. And I think you're in that boat exactly. If you've moved, because we know that Mass Effect has had a bad shit, we know it has. And by the way, I'm still tempted to buy that damn game. And I think, without giving too much away, I've got a feeling Ricky might have mentioned to me he's close to buying it as well, but that's no great surprise. He buys everything and never plays them.
Need more time.
Not getting many good drops, am I? Pretty shit, to be fair. Yeah, I think that originally, Simon, you spot on. I think Ricky admitted to me when, at the time, to get him to level 70 is what he wanted to do because it was like the big talk. It had just had the new expansion and he wanted to be involved. And he said to me later down the line, he said that he wished he'd not done that because he went into the game and had no clue. And Diablo, you learn so much because it's really done cleverly to teach you. What it does, it doesn't teach you, it just... The natural progression of the game is just so well done. Yeah, you're very funny, KDST. Some good names, mate. You watch The Simpsons too much with the phone. Oh, come on. Why have you gone there, you piece of shit? Deal with you first.
Still waiting. Need more time.
Oh, let's get over there and get that. Drop that. I must admit, I was mentioning to... I like that one, that's a good one. Keep them coming. I was mentioning to one of the guys, I think it was Ian, who was the guy from Gibraltar. We was talking last night when we was doing a couple of... We did it privately after the stream. We did some greater riffs at really high level, and we tried to really get some high-end gear. And we were both saying that I must admit, like for this week, you guys know all this week I have been trying to hammer. I've been trying to grind, and I've been after the Ring of Grandeur, I've been after the Tau gear, and I've been after the Fairness, the weapon. And I've done everything that's necessary to do that shit as well. I've followed all the things that basically where the best drop rate is, and I've not got anything. It's really shit, to be fair, and I'm a big fan of this. As you know, I'll never criticise the game, but the drop rates in Seasons has been bloody awful. It really has. I mean, you'd think I would have got more than one piece of Tau armour for a start. And that Ring of Grandeur, by the way that's dropped is... but I've seen it. I've seen Riker play it. I don't... Actually, talking about that, Simon, you might have to get me more information than I actually know, because I've not gone and followed it up. When are we actually getting this new character on the consoles? Because it's... I don't think we're getting it for quite some time. Rodney, I've just seen your question, mate, saying, is there a big difference? What did you ask before, mate? Because I've obviously missed your early chat. You're saying, is there a big difference between what? ESO is one game I wish I could put a lot more time into. Oh, here we are. Where are you? You're miles away, you dick. Why have you gone over there? Oh, Para, if you want to go and watch Riker's video, if you don't want it. I mean, it's not much of a spoiler, but he's played the Necromancer on the test server. You know, you can play that. I don't know if it's oh, you little shit. Oh, I luckily saved that then. Oh, I hate it. They're split up. Yeah, I think it's quite a while. Holy shit, Christ, he's tough. I'm going to die here. That could help me though. That has really helped me. That's a... Oh! Orange, come on, drop. As I just saw there, Greater Rift Keystone. Look, I don't want Greater Rift Keystones. I want a bastard decent set of shit. Some Tau gear won't go a fucking miss either. Although I might as well... Blood vendor. Right. You've gone same as me. Oh, you're here, you know, you jammy git. You've had way more luck than me, man. You're full of shit. I must admit, I think I said on this stream that the vendor, the Bloodshard woman, gave me the first bit of Tau Rasher. And to be honest, I think that's the best way to get it. But you saw me spend a shitload. I spent 200... I bet I spend 250 Bloodshards every night on that woman when I've done. I usually bung them up. I usually get them up. I don't know why I'm staying here because I've finished this. I usually bung them up and spend them all there, and I've had shit all. I've told you, mate, if I fell in a bag of tits, I'd come out sucking my thumb. But you do know the old RPG trick, MMORPG trick, don't you, that's years old, that I got told this by a developer many moons ago. You probably are all wise to it anyway. But I can tell you right now, it's an old trick, and I kind of used to do it a lot when I was deep into a game. And I could do it with this, but I don't want to. When you log into this game, you are issued a luck factor number. Even though you've got luck inside, I think the game itself and mechanics issues you with a luck factor. And however the developers have programmed it, on the game I used to play, the guy said the luck factor on it was the old Legend of Mir, actually, years back, that I spoke about years ago. And I was deep into that. I paid money for that. What you actually do is when you log on, you're given a luck factor for your character. And the way that the developer on Legend of Mir told me, their luck factor number was 1 to 7. So every time you logged on, you either got issued a number 1, 2, 7, 7 being the luckiest. And the way you could instantly tell, and this is what trick I used to do every night on Legend of Mir, and I used to play that 10 times more than I used to play this. So you used to log on the PC, and you used to go into a cave, log on, go into a cave, start killing mobs, and you'd know instantly, you'd work out what your luck factor was. Because the Legend of Mir drops were really cool. Like, you know, like I was just killing mobs. You know how in this they drop the odd thing? Exactly the same as Legend of the Mir. One of the first main games I've ever seen do it. But we used to get a super drop every so often. Like 1 in 50 mobs. I'd have like a giant drop. Like they dropped like 30 items. And they were the things that you were really looking for. Like, you know how I've just got that mass drop from the boss? That used to happen in Legend of Mir like regular. Every 20 or 30. So instantly I learnt the trick because the developer told me that you used to go in, log in, nip in a cave, and what you used to judge is how many mass drops there were, because you could work it out. If you got a lot of mass drops, you knew your luck factor was high, so you stayed logged in and carried on, and used to get shitloads of stuff. It's the same for this. It's the same for all games of this ilk. Any game that's got a loot table will have a luck factor drop. So if you log into Diablo, log in, go and start killing shit. If you start getting legends, stay logged in. If, like me here, you're getting fuck all, I've been given like probably a low factor. So what you could do, you could I could log out now. In fact, I'll tell you what, 'cause it's not going to affect the stream. I'll log out and log back in. Which then will issue me with a new luck number. Legend of Mir wasn't that televised on some low-rent Sky channel years ago? My God knows, I can't remember. Rodney Horizon on my original PS4 looks amazing. Horizon on my Pro makes me want to cry. It is. It's night and day. I'll tell you what. I was so into Legend of Mir. I was like it's the only game I've ever got like really high-end play on it. Really good player. And I used to pay the monthly subscription. It was £7 a month, I think. My missus used to go ape shit. Because back then, we're talking, God, what? We're talking, Christ, I bet we're talking 20 years ago. So it was a decent whack of money then every month just to play, as what my wife at the time called it, a video game. Why are you paying £7 a month for a video game? What we then learnt as I got deeper into all the shit, I got we heard about private servers, where people had obviously got the ISO of the game and was designing their own servers, and they made their own servers. Shit, did we? It actually, and this goes back to the old piracy job way back, you know, PS1s when they were chipped and all that bollocks. You know, and I've always said on the show where when you got that golden nugget and you went from, like we've all said, when you pay for a game and it's your one game you can afford for 3 months, you put your arse into it and you fucking play it till it drops dead because it cost a fortune. Well, when you got your chip PlayStation, you suddenly went from one game every 3 months to like 10 a week, and it killed it. Totally fucking ruined gaming for me as it used to be. And Legend of Mir did exactly the same. You got to think, I was so passionate. I was high end, really high level. Used to log on every single day for fucking 3-4 years or more. Loved it to death. Found the private servers, went in. They changed all the drop rates and everything. So you know, all like, you obviously, I knew everything about the game. So they used to have events and like the top end gear that you used to see. Some, I can remember one today. I'll never fucking forget it now. This is how good it was. There was a thing called a dragon sword, and it was a big fucking black sword that was dead rare. Dead fucking rare. And it took me about 2 years to finally get one. But when I got onto the private server, I got even the top end gear really quickly, and it fucking killed the game because it took away that expectation, which still today is the same feeling when you get a drop in a game like this, that you know it's a random thing and you are that excitement of waiting for it in Legend of Mir was fantastic. But because the private server, and I used to still play my paid subscription, it fucking killed it stone dead for me. Really did. It was such a shame. Played it completely wrong and ballsed up. Terrible. Oh, I'd forgot I'd already cached that. I had a look what that was, won't you? It was shit. Anybody played Legend of Mir Arcadia? Is that a real thing? Let me tell you now, and I'm not sure. Probably anybody on a PC could probably check this. Legend of Mir 3, I think, because we had expansions over the years. I've got a feeling Legend of Mir 3 is still going today. And I actually would love to find out if it is, because if it is, Christ, I'd like to go and visit that again. God, that would be a step back. I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact, and I think it's all China, because I think it was from China originally. They got so many fond memories for me, that game, as it was phenomenal game. It made me seriously get into proper, like, games like WoW was the next step. Ah, right. Free to play, is it? That's... Christ, is that thing 23 armour? Where the fucking hell's that dropped? Just hang 5 a minute, guys, and somebody answer me this. Where's this come from? I have just noticed a weird anomaly. Where the fuck has that come from? Why would you be getting a set of items drop in that's 23 armour in this area? That is so weird. Why is a level 1 helmet dropped? This helmet fell from the sky as a gift from the heavens. What is that? That is really weird. Should I put it on? What is that? That is strange. Seriously. That's got me intrigued. Any ideas? Why would that drop in a Nephilim Rift? I'm not getting rid of that. I'm keeping that because I think that's something really strange. As you guys... By the way, I noticed today, totally blown my mind, World Snooker Championships have started. I'd love to go to that again as well. That's dirt cheap, but I've no chance of getting there because it's a trip and quite a way. I am really intrigued about that helmet. A level 1 helmet dropping in a Nephilim Rift. Unheard of. No, but it's a transmog drop. Which means what, John, exactly? Am I losing my mind for no reason then? You don't get level 1 drops in Nephilim Rifts. You just don't get that kind of stuff. Not at that level. You seriously don't get level 1 drops anywhere near this level. And why would it say it's a gift from the heavens? I'm still not getting rid of it. I'm keeping it. And what is that? Why has that come from? I'm still putting that on. That is really weird. It's like really surprised me. But I ain't getting rid. You can change the look of your helmet. Yeah, you can, but it's just come up as a drop. Yeah, I know you can change the actual looks in Transmog, but that has actually just dropped in that Nephilim Rift. And a level 1 item. Look, just look at the stuff I'm getting now, look. All this stuff, what I've just got from that Rift. Okay? Nothing of that level drops. That's what I'm trying to get across. That is real. By the way, have you seen my gold now? 63 million. Me and Ian yesterday went in. We got he pitched his puzzle ring in and we went into the vault. Speaking of, I missed all them. Dispute between two Chinese players of the game erupted into murder. Q-Channel had an in-game virtual... Oh, God. Oh, by the way, I've got a story about Legend of Me, and I have told this on led the sword to his friend who then sold on eBay. Right, $870. Get this. That don't surprise me, because that was fucking... I'm telling you now, mad that game was in the day. And let me just tell you my story, and you've got to think how long ago this is, because I jumped on this at the drop of a fucking hat. Do you know when I found the private servers and I knew the game had done for me, and I felt really bad doing it and shit, but I did a really shitty thing. Not a shitty thing, it was a thing that people did. And you've just reminded me. I'd got a top-end character. And when I knew that the game was losing its shine for me and I was going to stop paying for it, obviously you saying that, things used to sell on eBay for real cash. Real cash. I stuck my account on eBay for sale. And I put it on an actual bid. I didn't stick it on a buy now. And I stuck it on eBay. And I let it run for 7 days. And I put it on eBay at the start for about 30 quid, 30, 40 quid. And let me tell you now, if somebody had offered me 50 quid, I'd took it. It went for 106 quid. Sold my account on eBay for 106 quid. And got the money. All legit. And there's an even deeper story to that. About a year later, when I'd been long gone and out of it, I actually claimed that character back. That was a bit shitty. But I think I knew for a fact the guy who'd bought it was long gone. I just applied for a password back, but I actually got my account back. So not only did I get my account back, I sold it, I got it back, but I actually didn't benefit from it because I'd actually stopped playing within a couple of days. And I actually think when I tried to log on again about 6 months later, it must have been handed back to the guy again because I couldn't log in. But I really would be interested if you can get onto Legend of Me still and play it. Christ, I used to absolutely love it. Right, I'm going to do these 6 things then, and I might call the stream a day then, guys. So I'm going to do these 6 bounties, because this is how you get the Ring of Grandeur. Act 1, finish all the exclamation marks, cash it in at the town, you get a chest, and that ring should drop in that chest. Quite high fucking chance, apparently. Well, I've done this about 20 times, and I'm still not wearing the fucking thing. So we'll go through all these and then I'll call it a day, guys, because we're coming up to 3 hours and I think that will be a good fitting end. Where's the cursed chest? Point to me, the cursed chest.
Still waiting.
Not bothered about the keymaster, I want the yellow arrow. I very rarely fire my main weapon. I want the yellow arrow to come on. Stand still for a minute. And it should come on. I've got a feeling though that the cursed chest on this map somewhere. Whoa. Whoa. Yay. Oh, I thought I'd got an orange. When that bomb's exploding, I always think I'm getting an orange rare. Because it looks like one. There's a mere UE4 engine mobile version on development, apparently. Thing is, you see, because it is from either China or Hong Kong, you know how the big mobile thing is over there. That does not surprise me. It's being developed for their mobile market. Christ, to think that I'd got like my big PC running to try and run the game, and now they're playing it on mobile in phones. That's how crazy it is.
Not ready yet.
Right, we'll wait for everything to be ready then. Here we go. Boom. Is it 100? Oh, I should have put my things down. I've made a fatal error. I'm not going to do this chest now because I've made a fatal error. I should have dropped my 2 little dragons down first, and I'm now going to cost myself a lot and not be enough. Right, now I can get them down. Am I going to get to 100? I don't know. Yeah, I've done it. And for getting 100 you get an extra chest, which will have shit all in it anyway. Told you. Bloody useless. But anyway, we're not on about that, we're just trying to get to the end of these things. So we go quickly there, just repair and go back, that's all we want. Wrong button. Game Network, that was the channel on Sky that showed it. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm trying to think, I think it was after I played the game though. Got a feeling that that is that thing I am after. Is that the thing? Oh no, it's that.
Of that I am certain. He alone had a king's ear.
Wrong one. See, it doesn't take that long to get through these bounties now. I think I'm on Torment 4 as well. Because I am getting more powerful. I just need that top end gear so I can go into really bigger, greater rifts. Myth of Soma. That showed anyway. Rings any bells? Yeah, Myth of Soma. I think that was the one we went to as well. Soma was the follow-up, I think. We did move on to that. We had a handful of friends. And I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a story as well. A weird story. Like, this is going back many, many years of playing Legend of Mir. Like I said, 20 odd, 25 odd year. When I first started doing Cranky Gamers, and you start getting a community together, and obviously as we got one, and I used to get emails like I do every day from all you guys as well. The thing is, what happened was, there was a guy on our first forum that had got his username that he'd given himself, obviously on Cranky Gamers, was the same username of one of my best mates at the time on Legend of Mir. And it was a weird name. It was something like, very similar to Head Chef Alan it was. And when I saw it, I thought, oh my God, this is my best mate that I used to play Legend of Mir with. And I got in contact with him and messaged him, and it wasn't him. And it was really weird that he'd got the exact same name, which obviously usernames and gamer tags are really different and individual. But it was a real coincidence that he'd got the exact name of my best mate I used to play the game with. I think a few of us as well went on to, we moved on to WoW as well. Because we were all into that MMORPG then. That was the next, you know, it was the new big bollocks then. Everybody was into it. So it was what we all wanted to play. And then WoW come along, obviously, and then really got everybody excited. So that was like super cool then. I never cared for Games Master. I've got to say, I don't know if I was at the wrong... I just thought it was really shit. Because I think at the time, it was when I was getting into games a bit more serious then, and gaming was a real big part of my life then, it started to be. And I just thought it was so bloody amateurish and shit. And then we'd got What's It as well, which were fucking awful, let's be fair. The Patrick Moore, I used to tune into that to try and get help with games, because that's how we used to get help in them days. Christ almighty, that was dire, wasn't it? What was he called? What was he called? I bet some of you guys are going to know what it was called. Yeah, it was old school, wasn't it? And Dominic Diamond was a bit of a character as well. But what was the bloody Patrick Moore character called? Was he called the Games Master, really? Was he? I thought he'd got a different name. Was he called the Game Master? He wasn't, was he? There must be. A few of you are saying it. I don't think he was. I thought he'd got a different name. Nightmare. Was that kid's game? I'm really starting to hate now. So was it that Nightmare? Was that kid's game, was it, at tea time when there was the guy with the beard? Am I getting mixed up? Because that was some crazy shit and all, wasn't it? I thought that was really dark and fucking weird, that, if that was what I'm thinking. And they used to get like one kid, yeah. Or are you talking about a Games Master? I'm on about that Nightmare thing, if that's what you're talking about. The guy with the beard, and there were 3 kids in the room and one kid walking about with a silly fucking sealed Viking helmet on, weren't it?
Still waiting.
I'm getting messages. No comment, but this just dropped. Oh, he's not got a... What's Ian got now? Ian is playing this, who's just been in the room, and he's just messaged me privately. That was the ding was. And he says, I'm not making any comment, but this just dropped. And if he's got a Ring of Grandeur, I'm banning him from the bloody room. So if you are listening, Ian, come in here and tell me what it is. Violet Berlin. I used to have a bit of a crush on her, and I used to watch that just for her. I did, I remember that. I used to watch her with Violet. I think she was the first thing I used to... Because I think she had a bit of a large chest at the time, if I remember. And I'm sure that was Violet. Was that her, the one with the short tongue? Who can we're going to start talking nostalgic fucking television now, aren't we, for next hour? Who remember how? Yes, Ian, I've just commented you, mate. I've just called you out on this thing. Tell me what you've got, you jammy git. And if it's a Ring of Grandeur, I've said you're being fucking banned. And that holiday to Gibraltar, I'm not bothering. What have you got? I've not looked at the picture, you can tell me. Yeah, I thought she had, yeah. She had, I don't know, I found her very sexy at the time. I think it was probably I was a lot younger and a bit... You know what I mean? When was that at? Just, I watched Funhouse because of the twin... Oh, the twins were sexy, except for the dick in the middle, weren't it? Pat bloody stupid fucking Sharp with his 80s fucking haircut. Why is this map so shit? Oh, it's this way. I hate this bounty. It's a shit bounty because it's so bloody spread apart. Fred died. Fred died. I can't remember how. How was the best fucking program as a kid on the planet. I used to love that program. 92, 93. So how long ago was that? Well, 19 years ago. Same age as my daughter. Was it? I weren't watching that when I was married. Surely not. It's before that, isn't it? Could have swore blind it was before that. I'm sure I watched it when I was single. Where the fucking hell is this last twatting monument? It's down here. How I used to love it. That I could bomb, 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 bomb. How? Remember that? That's how sad and fucking old I am. Used to be the old guy with the white beard, the original cast as well, not the remake, the original. Fred Dinage, the old guy with the white beard, who was a school teacher with a brown blazer on. It went Fred Dinage on the left, the guy with the white beard, the school teacher was on the fucking right, and who was the third one? Oh God, now we're asking. Any other old gits in here? Yeah, what you got? I missed it, Ian. You haven't told us what it is. It's not a Ring of Grandeur, is it? And if it is a Ring of Grandeur, where did you say you got it from? It can't have dropped. Don't tell me it fucking dropped, because that's dead rare, apparently. If you've got that ring, by the way, seriously, if you have got the Ring of Grandeur, you want to go and watch that video I said, because you've got quite a few Tau gears as well, and you want to now look at that video to get the full set, because you need to wear 3 Taus with that ring to make 4, and then the other set of gear, another 4, get them on, and then look at what Kenai's cube powers are they've got, and then as soon as you've got them 3, you're then made. And by the way, I forgot to mention a big important thing, Ian, about that when we're telling about this gear and this ring. It's very important of the spells that you use as well. So when you go looking for this setup, you need to use the spells that they're saying as well, because if you don't, it doesn't lock together. So it might be completely changing your gameplay, but it's like the bollocks. You will kick ass and you'll be able to play really high shit. And you might be able to get seasons finished, is what I'm saying. X-Copy. Fucking hell, X-Copy. I spent many a moon on that. Christ, they were the days. X-Copy. Fucking hell. And it used to feel fun. It used to feel like you were the dog's bollocks, didn't it? Tis was. Now, can you remember... Well, I remember these were the days when I was really young and just... Tis was. Can you remember the fucking late night one that used to be on at night, Friday nights, and there were women's with the tits out and everything? Oh, God, what was it called? It was an offshoot with Tis was, and it was on a Friday night because I used to tune into that because I was a right young thing. Completed the Act 1 bounties and the Ring of Royal Grandeur dropped. You jammy twat. That's what I'm doing right now. What level are you playing? What torment level? I'm just exactly doing that right now. And I'm sat yakking instead of getting back to town. So yeah, if you want listen to what I said there, you want to go and watch that video and get it set up right, because that's a brilliant piece of kit, that is. And you are spawny as hell. I bet I don't get it now. But tell me your level. What torment level? I was watching Crystal Maze. Holy shit. Fucking they were the day. OTT. Over the top. OTT. Chris Tarrant. There used to be that. I tell you what it was. There used to be that coloured girl they used to have on every week. Because they found her in the audience and she had the biggest pair of tits you've ever seen. And I think Chris Tarrant used to invite her back every week. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, in my youth, that was... they got really fucking screwed like the television, because they did. It was a late Friday night, and they made her take a shirt off, I think. And they got absolutely fucking butchered for it on TV. I think that's why it got took off as well. Because obviously that kind of shit never happened, did it, on TV in them days? But they made her take a shirt off because she'd got the biggest knockers you've ever seen. The face used to chuck water over her and everything. God, they were the fucking days. Who remembers... Now we are going to talk shit now. Who remembers Ferguson Video Star video recorder used to tape Channel 4's red dot shit at night? This is our sad and lonely teenage childhood I led. We'd got a Ferguson video recorder, the old push button one, and used to tape the red button shit on Channel 4 waiting for the nudity and shit because you were a young lad in your day. But that fucking video recorder used to make more noise when you were fast forwarding it and trying to pause it and shit. God almighty, what times. They were fucking brilliant. Oh, what day they were. Proper days, weren't they? Betamax, the big argument. I remember actually on our street, it was my cousin on our street, but this was the famous story in our village, by the way. Eurotrash, Christ almighty, yeah, we had many video recordings of that as well. Okay, Ian, cheers. I think I'm on the same, mate. I think I'll just double check. Yeah, I am. On our street, the big VHS video we used to have on our street, there was 12 houses on the street, and in them 12 houses, there was 4 Toslans lived on there. There was my brother, us, my dad's brother next door, and another one across the road. Then there was a cousin moved in when they moved out, so it was like a family street. We ought to have the name changed. But the big Betamax, my cousin across the road came spouting about, oh, we've gone and bought the Betamax, and we were like, oh, we've got VHS. And then obviously it was all like this war, and then it all went to shit, didn't it? That was the street I showed you. I told you the story when we had that really cool snowball fight on that street, and it just things like that never happen nowadays. Confessions of a Window Cleaner, Christ almighty, the Oxo lady, Bisto lady, weren't it? Bisto lady got her jewels out in that film, or one of the Confessions films she did. Sadly passed away now. Linda Bellingham, wasn't it? Sadly passed away now, I think she did last year. I remember having a black and white TV and 50p. We used to have 50p's in back of there because times were hard. We used to have 50p gas and electric meters and all. Fucking hell, we've lived in some tough times in them council houses, I'll tell you. Back in the day, 50p in the electric and gas meters. Fucking hell. I bet you're watching this now, Ian, aren't you? Watching to see if I get a drop on these bounties. ZX81, I told the story on the show as well. My brother bought one brand new when they first came out. And it was my first. They were a pile of fucking shit, weren't they? And all thinking about it. Weren't they terrible? Them plastic fucking touch pads, and then you used to spend hours typing that shit in. I used to type a game in a month out my magazine every fucking month, and I didn't get a single one to work. Not one. Not a one. I think the best and closest I ever got was some kind of fucking Space Invader game, and I think I got the screen black with stars on it, and that was all I got. That was literally all I got. And I used to, and it was Go Sub and Go To, and oh, can you remember typing them Go Sub? And they went on for fucking ever and all. You know, in the right mind sits and writes lines of code word for word out of a magazine that had probably never been. I think I've seen an interview on one of these old documentaries where I think developers who used to write them things in the back said they were never ever tested. Ever. Like never ever ever tested. So you were probably sitting there fucking. You should take days. And like, for all we know, they didn't work. Crazy times. Right, I've got one more bounty then to do before I get my Ring of Grandeur. Yeah, that's it. CV&G, computer and video games. Yep. I'll bet you guys now, and I'll tell you now, when I've got this and I get my chest to empty, I'll bet you, bats to shit, I don't get a single legendary. Because since logging in and out, I've not got a single drop, have I? Decent drop. Run line error. Oh, God. Used to have a mate, actually, that was younger than me at the time. He was 3 or 4 years younger than me. And he was into computers. I think because I got him into him, actually. It was all I ever did, and play games and get these magazines, and he got into it, and he turned out to be a right clever bastard programmer. Really fucking good. Like, he not only like did this, he did like, he like took the programs and like made them work and shit like that, and they were ever so clever, and I thought, you clever little twat. So I lost interest then. Is that Ian again? Yes, I am. Hope you do. Oh, you are watching it, you git. Well, it's my last thing I'm going to do on the stream, because I've been streaming for 3.5 hours and I want to break and probably play some of my own shit and all. I love doing this weapon. And that's what we're really aiming for, this weapon, because when you've got all that cool shit I keep talking about, this super think bonus I do for a set amount of time, you get that nearly permanently. Because of that gear that we're talking about and that ring, them 3 sets of gear and the weapon, it gives you all these super buffs, and when you get these buffs, it makes you be able to get that R1 just thing. Sorry, Nicky, mate, it's not me. It's the others. They're doing this thing called fucking real life shit. I don't know what that is. Yeah, they've got guests and shit doing Easter. Real life, I don't know what that is. Some fucking new game they're playing, apparently. All 3 of them. But don't panic. It's back tomorrow. Right then, boys. Are we ready? Shall I drop it now or shall I sell my shit? I'm going to do something different, right? Every time I've done this in the past, I've collected my chest, I've gone to the blacksmith, and I've sold all my shit, then dropped the chest. I'm now going to drop the chest before selling my shit. Here we fucking go. Are you ready? I'll tell you what, shall we do it properly? Well, I haven't got a ring of grandeur, but it could be a towel. No, it won't be a towel gig 'cause it's not fucking green, is it? Oh, bag of wank, as I keep saying. Here we go. I think I've already fucking got that and all. I am Marlon, mate. Are you alright? That's the guy I sold my A50s to in the earlier chat, by the way. Sorry, Marlon, we were talking all Astros earlier, mate. Christ, the room's filling up now and I'm thinking of packing in. Why is everybody suddenly... I bet everybody's been on the piss, haven't they? Well, I ain't got my ring of bloody grandeur. Yeah, you've got a bargain, mate, didn't you? We was talking all headphones and shit for the first hour. It was quite boring. Right, let's sort my shit out. Why have I just closed that window? I want it open. Yep, you sure did, mate. Can you remember Maximum magazine? Only 10 or so issues. Maximum. What was in that? I used to be big into magazines back in the day. Oh, talking of magazines, totally digressing. I think I was saving it from... No, I'll save it for the show tomorrow. It's a good part for the show, so I'll save it. It is a good game, Justin. I have played this for a long time. I'm probably not Marlon. I've been, as you can see by the stream, mate, this stream's been going 3 hours and I've not moved at all, not once for a piss or anything. And I'm starting to get a bit of pain and I need a break and a coffee, so I'm probably just going to watch some TV after, mate. Oh no, back. I've turned that star fucking helmet in. I don't want to turn that in. Still say that's got some weird properties in it. I'm telling you now. Mark my words. You'll be reading it on the internet next week. There's a secret fucking helmet called the Star Helmet, and if you get it, you get a massive reward of a free fucking MacBook or something. You watch. That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? Anyone playing fucking Diablo, if you manage to get the ultra rare in seasons called the Star Helmet, you can claim this free MacBook Pro. And then, knowing my luck, I'd have sold the fucking thing the day before. I'm saving the story about my clusterfuck for the main show that I've found stuff out about what I've made a right cock up over. Me, Mr. Diablo expert, that's made a complete fuck up. I'm a 10 in this game. Yeah, you keep playing the story mode. Are you playing the seasons or have you just started it on the normal story? And what character are you? You want to... you're probably too late if you're already level 10, but the Witch Doctor's a good starter. Right, I think we're done with that. Let's cash in. Salvage, repair, do my jewels. Do you want me to stay on a bit, guys? I might stay on for another half an hour with the game having a few people viewing. If people keep chatting and keep talking questions or nostalgia and shit, I'll stay on. I'm the first guy you can pick. I think you can pick any character, you know, Justin. You can do any... There's 6 different characters. There was NCE Nick. That was a small magazine. I remember one of them small magazines for a while. Can you remember the big thing about the new newspapers when they come out? What was that blue one that was the big fucking hoo-ha? Can you remember? There was a big thing. It was like the first new newspaper in donkey's ages. Was it the Today paper? Am I right? Right, let me just see what jewels I have actually got. I have a flawless topaz and I need... Today, yeah, I thought it was. I beat you to it. Because you're on a delay and I ain't. So... Right. What has my... What is my... Let me... You're actually better playing this on your own, Justin, for the first time, mate. I'm gonna... That's what I'd say to you first. If it's your first ever time playing it, play it on your own and play through the story. And it's your best way to play it, mate, 'cause you'll learn loads about it and take it steady and it'll... It was a delay. I beat you to it. We're on a mystery time machine. Yeah, what I was saying earlier, I don't mind going to the snooker again this year. Don't want to get everybody waked up with my sexy face on the TV again. Enjoyed that. I wonder if I don't know if the guy who I went with, Daily Sport, it is, but it's under a different name. There were still naked ladies flying about on it. I know that because I see it. Not that I buy it. Whoa! I haven't bought a newspaper in donks. I see it in my... Has Ronnie finished? No, he's still going, mate. I don't like the guy either, before we start on that subject. Yeah, I've seen it in my local shop I was mentioning earlier. That it's in some form. Do you play Battlefield 1? Oh, I don't, mate. I'm not a big online shooter fan. This is about my stretch on online games. Oh, has Ronnie played today? Oh, because he's champion from last year, isn't he? Has he won 10-7? Did it start today or start yesterday? Fancy going to Gamescom. Which one? Is that the one? Is that EGX down in September? We're getting loads of questions thrown now. Just Sunday Sport once a week, so I've heard. Yeah, Nicky. How much did your subscription cost, mate? Just so I've heard. That's like saying I've heard the stories in Playboy are pretty damn good. What am I doing here? I'm losing my brain. Right, how many... Oh, I've got some shards to spend. So then, Ian, if you are still in my room, this lady here is going to get me... She's going to get me a nice new piece of towel gear when I just check this every night because my brain's old and decrepit. Right, I need either some legs, neck, head, or hands, or belt. Should we go for a belt? That's cheap. Right, we're going for a belt. Here we go. 25 cost. I've got 145. We need to hear the ding. You need to hear a louder ding, and then you've got a rare. Are we ready? That was a yeller. You get a bigger ding for a rare. Another yeller. Another yeller. Come on. No, I can't have another one. That's it. Load of bullshit. Same every night. Every damn night. I've been in a Nephilim Rift. In fact, guys, why I've been playing this, I've been in a Nephilim Rift. I've done the bounties. I've just spent 145 blood shards. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I have had 2 rare drops all night. Now tell me I'm lucky. Because that is bullshit. And this is exactly what me and Ian were saying last night. That the drop rate on this game, even as big a fan as I am, is extremely poor. And it's the kind of thing that kind of puts you off. Kids now will never enjoy discovering a secret porn mag stash. I tell you, one of the best ones I ever found. In my local area, me and the crazy mate who I used to talk about on the Rambler, got loads, I could tell loads more stories. When I told you the story on the Rambler, I won't go into details, when he got lumbered with the back end of the stick and I got the good end of the stick that night, when we was on that area that we call the wreck, we call it a wreck up here, that's to you commoners, it's like where the swings and slides are, it's called the park, we call it the wreck up here. On the wreck was a swings and slides and shit, and there was a football field and a rugby field, and on the rugby field the local team played, and there was a pavilion. And obviously the hooligan kids and shit had found a secret way. One of the boards at the back was off, and kids at night used to squeeze in and sit in the pavilion all night and just sit and get pissed and shit. So we did that, went in there one day, and obviously got a bit extravagant looking around, looking all the nooks and crannies, and behind a big set of like a big like cabinet. We were sat against the wall. I'd been looking round. We never stole anything or knackered anything inside because I was a big sportsman at the time, and some of the idiots wanted, and I says, no, don't smash it. This is some people's pavilion. We'll just sit in here out the cold and just drink, and that's it. So we did. And as we sat down against the wall, I'm sat leaning against the wall, and as I glance over, there's a big like kitchen cabinet where they stored all the plates and shit. And I could see something at the back, and it got my interest. I thought, what's that? So I gets up, and I walked over, and I reached in, and there was a great wad of about 20 top porno mags they were, and we were, yay! And I think we took half of them. I think we left some and took half of them with us. Crazy days. Crazy days. Let me store some shit in this box that I've not done for a while. Do you ever get lag on the XMB on the Pro? I've been getting it for a while after restart. No, mate, never had lag on the front end at all. Not at all. Anybody recall acquiring the Bride of the Son of the Stack discs on the Amiga back in the day? Right? No. God, do I know. Understand the gold legend stuff. Right, the green stuff, this is what we're all after. I'll give you a quick one-to-one, Simon. I'll try not to bore people in the process, but just bear with me while I stash my star helmet. Look, this, mark my words, this is special. I'm telling you now. Right, let's go for it. Excuse me. If you look at my gear then, green gear is what's called... I will do then, Parry. You've got me interested now. Right, if you look at my inventory, all the gear I'm wearing is different. Look on the right. I've got orange gear. They are legendaries. It says at the bottom, legendary piece of kit. And legendaries carry the orange writing. What's important? They give extra super skills, like cold skill, la-di-da-di-da-di-da, okay? Now, when you see a green piece, Tau Rasher, now what that means, look, as I scroll down to this piece of kit, currently, I've got 2 pieces of Tau Rashers equipped, look, because it's telling me, because I've got 2 pieces, I get that extra bonus. Now, if I find 4 pieces, I get that bonus as well. And then if I find 6 pieces and so on and so forth. And the trick is, look, it's a set of armour. The greens all belong in a set, which means when you look at any green piece of kit, like, let's say, Firebirds, let me open that, you will notice, look, there is a shoulders, legs, chest, off hat. There's always a set. They are set armours. And each one, look, does a different thing. And that really is what you're looking for. You are looking for the end game of Diablo. You're now playing the story and going to enjoy the story, but the end game of the Diablo, what you're watching me play now. Even disregard Seasons, because Seasons is an extra. What they add on every few months to do a Seasons, and it's like all these quests here that I've explained in the show. They're an extra bonus. When Seasons is finished, when you start your game, when you finish, by the way, your story, when you start again, you never play the story mode again, by the way, unless you start another character. What you then do, when you start the game with your best character, you go and play what's called adventure mode. I don't think I can show it on here. You can start what's called adventure mode, and that basically drops you into this world where you have access to every world. Look, Act 1, Act 2, which is basically the story mode, but it's all unlocked. But what you'll notice now, look, is exclamation marks. They're what's called bounties. It's like the kind of extra stuff in Destiny that we spoke about. Diablo Wiki says the star helmet is normal item that can be traded. No, it's not. I get a MacBook Pro, I'm telling you. I know what I'm going to win with it. I bet you I'll win a set of Philips headphones with it. I bet you. I bet you Blizzard are going to contact me and say you've won a set of Philips headphones. Mr. Facebook post. Meltdown post. Oh, was it you? Was it you who had a meltdown? Or was I don't go on it anymore. I blocked it, mate. I don't bother. You know me. All the shit that goes on there. It's not involving me, is it? Because it normally is. So anyway, I'm trying to explain this. So these bounties, look, if you've just seen me do Act 1, I've got all the ticks. So when you've done Act 1, you get all the ticks, and you saw me get that chest, and you get bonuses. It's the best thing to do. So when you finish your story, the end game is to come on here and start doing all these, like one at a time. You can do each one at once if you want. Only go in the ones with exclamation marks. And when you do, you get a chest. When you've done them all, you've got a load of materials that drop. And that's basically rinse and repeat. Now, after an hour, World 1 will reset. But what most expert players of Diablo do, like me now, I'll show you. I want to keep doing the World 1 because I know an item that I'm after drops on the World 1 bounties. So what I'm going to do, I can't do it now, but what you just do is if you come out of the game, quit it, back in. If I then go back into the World, look, as soon as I go back to Act 1, look, they've reset. So you can just keep rinsing and repeating that if you're after a specific thing. But this is basically the end game, what I'm playing now. Another part of the end game is that, Nephilim Rifts, which again is just a separate bit. You drop into maps with loads of mobs, try and get to the end boss by a set time, and then you come to the whole final end game of this difficulty. The higher the difficulty, you get more bonuses. So it's all end game stuff, and I hope I've explained that in 10 minutes as best I can. If ever you want any questions answering, just drop me a line, crankytoz@gmail.com, and I'll gladly help you. Nikki, you read out on there that you can make a PC file. Oh, we started that one. For about the same price, 500 quid, you can make a PC that's more powerful. Yeah, I think you can. I'd read it somewhere else as well and been told by a few people. Why are people now going all techie and saying you can't? Christ, people want to get a fucking life, don't they? Do you know what I wish people would do? Honestly. Seriously. And this is one thing that why Facebook pisses me off. And I think, in my opinion, you get normal level-headed people that have got an ounce of brains. And we've said this privately amongst ourselves, so I'm letting you into a little secret. We don't pretend to be fucking perfect experts of everything. We don't have the resources. There's 3 guys on this show that have got families. We don't get paid for it. It's a hobby. So we do progress today. We don't get everything right. But I'm guessing that most adults with half a brain kind of work that out and don't jump on social media and lose the fucking shit over it. That's what we can never understand as a group. Do you know what I mean? It just fucking crazy. Do you know what I mean? It's just mad. And I wish people had realised that. We do this for fun. I do this to keep my sanity. And I don't progress. I'm going to get every single fucking thing right. I just put my 40 years of gaming knowledge into a hobby that I hope you guys find interesting. And I do have some points to make. Whether you like it or whether you don't. But I just wish you'd not bring every last detail up. Would you like to be questioned at your work on every single thing you ever say or do? Because that's what it's like. Seriously? Like if everything you did at work you had to be scrutinised and then everybody in the office started writing on a page about what you'd said or they didn't agree with it. Do you know what I mean? It just pisses me off at times, it really does. When you said a PS2 game was on PS3, I wrote, mate, Nicky, you know what I mean, mate? I mean, Christ almighty. And I don't think half of you have got the first clue. Well, you do, because I tell you, because I'm just straightforward and honest. The shit I get over video games, just take a fucking step back, do you know what I mean? Get a grip. Just enjoy your hobby, for Christ's sake. And the bottom line, you know, if you don't like what we say or you don't enjoy what we say, go and listen to another one. There are fucking thousands of podcasts out there, which I'm pretty damn sure that, you know, you'd enjoy. It just annoys the shit out of me that you just don't take it for what it is. It's a bit of fun. It's a hobby. It's not the fucking end of the world. For a laugh, you should video review the Scorpio wearing a PS4 cap. Do you know what? I've often thought, I mean, I'm not one for pranks. I don't like pranks. I really don't. I'm not a prank man, and I've said on the show, but I hate practical jokes. I hate shit like that. You know, all these practical joke channels, and I can't watch them. I'd lose my fucking mind. I would probably do what I've just told you lot not to do. Where's you getting all these powers from, Nari? And you can pack this in, lot, you flashy git. I take it you've changed your powers. But yeah, you know, I ought to. Be a fucking good laugh, wouldn't it? A Sony cap and all this. And then, you know what, I ought to do it, like, you know, like Boogie does fucking Francis and takes the piss and shit. I ought to do, like, a video when it comes out. Do an unboxing. And I'll tell you what, you know, if I'd got, like, money was no object. And I was exceptional. You know what would be a fucking banging video? An amazing video to do. Do that, what you've just said. Get a Sony cap on. Unbox a Scorpio. Switch it on. Show the front end. And then start talking about it. Call it like a sack of shit. And then throw it on the floor and smash the fucker. That's what I ought to do. How cool would that be? That'd get them. That would. I think people would actually pass out. You know, we finished this battle. We've got to kill enemies, haven't we? Have I gone the wrong way because I'm yakking? Nah, whoa, Nicky boy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not pulling me up on that. I'm going to tell you what I meant. And people actually wrote to me and said to me, I understood what you meant, Toz, because it did cause a bit of a scene on there. And again, I require people to wire the brains in a bit. When I said it would cost that much, I meant it would be a completely like a PS5 machine. Do you know what I mean? That's what I meant. Not what... The PS Pro is just an upgrade. We know it's an upgrade. I meant that price, kind of what the Scorpio is now. Because we know the Scorpio is not an upgrade. It's a new machine, not just a little bit of... That is the kind of thing I meant when I said that at the time. So don't pick me up on that. Don't you dare. We're not finding many mobs, Ian, if you can hear me.
Still waiting.
I must admit, Datebox, yeah, I would never ever do it to it, because I must admit, I get really worked up when I see them. You know, when things like brand new iPhone, I'll tell you what, I do it because when, you know, and they get them and just stick them in blenders and shit, and I think there is an entire YouTube channel who makes a lot of money on his videos that are purely, his video channel is blending. Does it blend, I think it's called. And I'll tell you why I lose my shit over it. Because I just see people, there's unfortunate people out there, and kids and things that can't have these nice things, and that idiot bunging that in, you know, in a blender, an iPhone that some probably kid or teenager would literally give their life for. I find that disgusting. I just do. I think it's wrong. I would much rather that guy turn round and then basically say,
Need more time.
here you are, I'm going to walk on the street and ask a kid if he wants a phone, has he got one, and hand it to him. I'd appreciate that video way more than anything else. I really would. I hate to see them smash shit like that. Because it just... And they could come on... yeah, things like that. And I think I saw one the other day, Nicky, where they... What did they do the other day? I saw one. Like, in fact, no, I tell a lie. I was looking at my YouTubes last night, and you know how you see the pictures and shit. One of the pictures was one of them brand new iPhone 7 Reds, and he'd bent it just to see if he could bend it again. And it's like, fucking, ugh. Again, there's a lot of unfortunate people out there that just be nice to give people like that something instead of just, you know what I mean? What is that spelling? And why have you changed to it? Yes, we did it. Do you know what is a cool thing of... Tell me I ain't opened both of them fucking chests, have I, and got that amount out of it. Oh my god, I opened both of them chests and got 3 items. Yeah, it's right. I mean, what is the attraction? Like I say, there's a lot more fortunate people that would dearly love something like that. They really would. And it's fucking annoying. It just screams of what's it as well, don't it? Did you get some bloody rares in there, Ian, as well? How come you're getting rares and I'm getting shit? Because I am cursed. He's coming on his mic now. I just hear his mic click. I'll stand here and just do all my shit. Oh, that's another one that's going to get panned again. The press won't leave him alone. God, did we get a hammer in yesterday? Jesus Christ, did we? Holy shit, that was coming from nowhere. We played appalling, apparently, and all. Played absolutely shocking. Where did I just pick them up from? Oh, because we killed the Keymaster, didn't we? Yeah. Hopefully we're on the TV tomorrow, and I'd like to screw up Huddersfield's chances of winning anything or getting into the playoffs. I think we'll beat Huddersfield tomorrow, by the way, and no, I'm not putting them on my coupon either. I've already done my coupons for tomorrow, boys, anyway. I know that a few of you have asked me to post them. I don't know if I'm going to, because it could all... I've just got a feeling that me posting my coupons on social media, it just takes one idiot. No, Simon, I was just about to mention that, mate, for you, exactly. The brilliant thing about Diablo, when you're playing with a person like this, the drops are individual. It's literally drops are individual. He gets... What's on my screen is not on his screen, and what's on his screen ain't on my screen. That's what's brilliant about this game. And it's why probably one of the only games I like playing with other people. Because you just kill shit, and kill shit crazily, and you get your own stuff. So what the reason I've just said as he got his rares, he went to that book, and the reason he went to that book in town, he was, you know, when you have to discover what they are, unlock them basically to find out what you're getting. That's what he was doing. So I knew he'd had some rares when I hadn't got any. You can still dupe, abuse, save games. I don't think you can now. It was stopped ages ago. Blizzard don't mess about, mate. Blizzard don't shit. If there's something wrong with the game, they'll be on it like 1-0.
Hello?
Oh, you're back. So did you get some spawny gear there then?
Spawny gear?
Yeah, you jammy gear. You're full of shit, you are. I'm going to stop playing with you. What did you get then? Some legendaries?
One from this, just...
From the first one we just did, yeah.
Yeah, I got 2 legendaries.
Jesus Christ, you've seen... Well, you won't see the shit I'm getting. I've not had a single drop. I've had 3 legendaries all night. By the way, guys, while we're talking, and Ian's on, can you guys hear him chat? Because I changed the chat settings, and I've not had anybody in my room to test them. So can you hear him chat louder than it used to be? Because we did Ricky the other day, didn't we? And you said you could hardly hear him. Can we hear him better? Because I'm hoping that's fixed it.
I haven't changed the spells.
Where's the...
Sorry, I have...
Yeah, the fire, haven't you?
Yeah.
That fire. What about the fire? Where's that coming from? Is that one of your spells, or is it part of the gear?
The fire is tied to triangle.
Yeah, it's one of your spells then, yeah.
It's one myself, but because of the set, the South Russia gear set,
Yeah.
the fire thing is now automatic every time I fire the that thing, that theme.
Yeah, right. Right, so people, by the way, still can't hear you very loudly at all, so I think it might be a setting on your end as well. But don't worry about it. So me changing that setting has not counted for shit then, basically. I don't know how we're supposed to get people as loud as me on here.
Not ready yet.
I don't know why, what we're doing. Because I know that my setting was in I think it was in... It's in the broadcast settings, I think, and it says make the party... It was one that I said the other day, guys, that I'd never seen before. And I...
changed the settings.
Oh, you've just changed it, have you? So can you hear him now, loudly?
What I was telling you is that basically that fire thing is now bound to R2. So it's 2 spells with 1 button.
Jesus Christ, man. Now you see why you're supposed to get the top-end gear. Right, we can go back to town. We've done that bounty.
And after getting this gear, I've noticed that Torment 4 is now quite easy.
And that's the progression of the game. So you probably at a single level now should be stepping up to Torment 5. They're still saying... By the way, when they're saying it's still quiet, it's not because of your end, I don't think. It's settings to do with the party. So don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's just that I've been trying to fix it for days to get people that come in the party chat as a joint. They can be heard same as me. So if we ever decide to do a Cranky Gamers with all of us on, everybody can get to be heard. But we just can't for some reason. And we don't know why. Something we need to look into, I think.
It's not the chat audio or all audio.
No, what it is, you're doing... Because we're... Oh, we see, we're not... I think it's also got to do with whether we're in a party or whether we're chatting in the game. I've got a feeling. Are we in a party? We're not, are we?
No, we're in the game.
So we're chatting into game party. So I'll tell you what, let me go and try something. I'm going to try something. I think then, if we're in a game, we could do with audio sharing settings as in here. Look, wait a minute. Right, let me ask you a question. You press and hold your PlayStation. In fact, no, it won't be on yours because it's in my broadcast settings, I think. Right, go into your press and hold your PlayStation button.
Yeah.
See where it says broadcast. Or if you can't find it, if you can't find it in your shortcut button, go into broadcast settings on your share button.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
On there, I can see a spanner that says audio sharing settings.
No, I only get one option: broadcast gameplay.
Right. What you need to do then? I'm trying to think now. See, if I go in there, right in here, look, it says include microphone in video clips, include microphone audio in broadcasts, and then it says share party audio. Video clips and broadcasts will include all audio from players in the party who allow their voices to be shared. This overrides, wait a minute, this overrides the settings to include microphone. Ah, wait, I know what we've got to do. I think we've got to party up. So let me send you an invite.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quit the game.
Yeah.
So it cancels this audio.
Cancel this and let me send you a party invite and then we'll test it then.
Okay.
Right, bear with me. We're testing it, guys, so while we're boring you, we might as well test it while we've got somebody. So let me just set that up. Go to party, we'll make it private. Go to invite players. I can never remember the bloody name now. Players met. Oh, Ricky was on an hour ago, I see. Ah. Oh, God, where we're going to find him? Don't want to bother. He's there. So let me click that. He should then come into there. Both microphone audio and gameplay are being broadcast. Yeah, we know that. No chance getting Ricky to do this. No, I meant we was talking about the other day, Nicky, about people were saying, why don't we have a, just a chat one? Are you there?
Yep.
Yep. Now can we hear him clear? Because then we can mess with the party settings. But anyway, Nicky, know what we was talking about? If people wanted to...
Now much louder, by the way. Much clearer.
Yeah, you are. You're way clearer and louder because we're in party. If you want to turn your settings down, go into your party settings and change the audio. So what you want to do is audio mix, look,
Mhm.
and chat audio. Prioritise party chat or yeah, and that's what you're supposed to do. And I think we should be go.
So do I put it all on the left or all on the right?
He says people are saying that you're clearer but still quiet. Well, guys, I'll tell you now, we have tried everything with this audio. We've done party, we've done normal, and I have not. We need to find out. We need to read up about this somewhere because we're doing something wrong.
I've changed the settings now to adjust audio mix all the way to the right, to the party audio.
Right, I have, and I've done the same. So everybody's telling us to do that. Now can you hear him then? Because he's moved it all the way to the right, and I have. So I'm telling you now, if you're not hearing him now, then we're basically buggered. We've got to read up about it.
And I've joined your game.
Oh shit, I've started, yeah. I've already started thinking you're in my game. Don't matter, I can do quite easily on here as well. Can hear him. People are saying they can hear you. What? Clearly? Speak. Say something. Tell people our jam.
Vamos a empezar a hablar en español un poquito.
That's it. Speak in Spanish, because that'll help, won't it? That's it. I tell you what, in Spanish, tell people how jammy you are at this bloody game.
No, pues aquí jugando con el Toz, que tiene más mala suerte el pobre, he never gets a legendary drop.
You jammy git.
Y el pobre, pues ya me entendéis, yo tengo mucha suerte.
There you go, guys. Can you hear that foreign language as clear? I hope you can. Then we've sorted it. Well, it is a foreign language, isn't it? It's not my language. It's foreign to me. What are we supposed to be doing in this? Inspect the Nephilim monument. Where is it? Oh, we're going the wrong way, by the way.
So this ring I've got allows me to...
Yeah, I know it gives you an extra thing. It's quiet, not ideal. You're still quiet, so it's not working. But I'll have a read up about it, guys, and sort it properly. The ring, yes. What people are saying, it's better than it was. I'll tell you what, it might be a setting that you could change, but not do what you. There's one setting that me and Ricky worked out as well. That in your microphone settings on your audio, but that's on your settings on your PlayStation. Change your microphone level. In your, but don't do it now. When you've done, go into your standard settings, go to devices, go to microphone, and there's a level that says adjust microphone level. Turn that up, because that is normally set to real low, and I've got a feeling that could be the thing.
How come I hear myself coming from you?
So you can hear yourself.
Feedback.
Yeah, right. This is another problem. Ricky was saying this the other day, and I don't know why you are hearing yourself twice, because me and Ricky couldn't work it out either. And apparently it could be something at my end. It could be my headset that you're picking up. Because he complained the other day when we were in a party the other day. He said I can hear myself and it's very off-putting. Which I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Is my voice coming out from your TV or from your headset?
No, it's all in my headset. I've got a normal set of headphones on with a microphone. So the only and what I don't understand about this, and I tried to explain it to Ricky, I've got some closed cup headphones. Now normally, if you'd got an open cup headphone, your voice coming out my ears, you'd pick it up on the microphone. That's the only way you'd get feedback. But you can't do because it's closed. So I just think somewhere along the line, some settings are just not right. So it is what it is. I'll read up about it and try and sort it, because it'd be cool if we're playing this and you're jumping in and then people can hear you just as well. It's just...
I'm adjusting the mic level.
Oh, right. That might change it then. I think that's a slider as well. Dun, 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 dun.
By the way, I don't know if this is a good omen or not, but these 5 bounties are the same 5 I did like a few
Really?
minutes ago
Really?
when I got the ring, yeah.
Right, let's go and clear this one then. Or have you gone into the other one? I'll join you in there. Right. I wonder what would happen if
So-
you... I wonder what would happen, be interesting. Say you went into this bounty and I went into the other bounty.
They count as two, huh?
I wonder if that... Because that's double quick time, isn't it?
Yeah.
That might be worth trying one time. Where I do one and you do the other and it's like double quick. Because then we could like get it in half the time, couldn't we? The only trouble is though, no, you're missing out on normal drops, aren't you? You could, for all you know, you could get like a proper, really decent drop in your room. So I cannot tell you how shit though my drops have been tonight. Like, I'm not even getting normal legendary drops. I've had 3 all night, and this stream now has just hit 4 hours.
Well, what I couldn't believe is that I got the Tal Rasha from that woman.
Yeah, that's where I got my first piece of Tal Rasha. I got my first piece of Tal Rasha from the woman, and then the next one I got in a, I think I got it in a Greater Riff, playing on my own. So I've got 2 bits of gear. So I still need 1. People are saying you can split it, but like I said, you'd miss out on drops. You could miss out on legendary drops. So it don't make
And XP.
sense. And well, no, I don't. I think you'd share the XP. I think, but you would lose all the drops because they'd be in your room and not mine. And also, I still think Death's Breath ought to drop. Holy shit, where's all that come from?
A goblin.
Like, you see, what I'm saying is, you've just got all that. Now, if I was in that other room, I'd miss out on it. Because it'd be lay there and I wouldn't see it, would I? We need to go this way. Oh, there's a...
Picked up
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
around
whoa,
5
whoa,
death
whoa,
breaths.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Where's that portal go?
What portal?
Can't you see a portal there?
No.
Oh, there was a portal stood right where I was. Open. Want to see Revenant in its HD glory. Got to work out. Oh, did you say you'd ordered that TV and DVD player then, Dirtbox? That's cool. By the way, if people don't know, I posted on my Twitter today that my TV is back in stock on Amazon today, and it's $399. I pointed it out to a few people. So my TV is back in stock and it's $399, and people will lose the shit. It's brilliant. All right, Nicky, mate. Good night. If you're going off to bed, I'm not going to be long before. I'm doing this once more, and then that's it. Because one, I need a coffee. One, I need to have a break, and I need to watch some TV. Because I've been sat in this position for 4 hours, and I am in agony. Oh well, I've moved forward, but gosh, I've got to find 6 of these. Oh, I've got one. Holy shit. I have got a set of boots, and I do believe I've got a set of boots legendary, yeah? And I don't think Tal Rasha has boots. And I think that sums it up. I did the 65-inch with the... Well, you got the Samsung, did you? You didn't go for the Hisense then. You went for the Samsung. That Blu-ray player is just the nuts, mate. It really is.
Yeah, you're right. The Tal Rasha doesn't have boots. Just check.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm telling you, that's how lucky I am. I actually get a legendary, and it doesn't even have that on my thing. I think
Oh,
it's...
the boots I'm wearing are pretty good. They're the Firewalker ones.
Them Firewalkers, right? I've been tempted. I have got about 4 pieces of Firewalker, and I'm going to tell you something now. You know when I've said that the cool stuff other than the Tal Rasha in that video, I've got a funny feeling that it is the Firewalker, because what they do on that big build when they've got the ring and the Tal Rasha, there's 2 builds. You can either go with a lightning build or a fire build, and if you go with the fire build, I think you do need that Firewalker stuff as your second set of gear. And then I think if you go with the lightning, it's another set of gear that you need. So whether you choose to be a fire wizard or a lightning wizard is what you need on you. You still need the Tal Rasha, but then you need your second set to either be lightning or fire. But then
Not ready yet.
also you need to
By
go
the
and...
way, the portal that you see now
Yeah.
is this guy escaping. That's
No,
in
it
there.
wasn't that. It was one of them goblin portals that I saw. Yeah, it was one of them
Okay.
goblin ones. The Blu-ray was free with the TV. Had nice people. Oh God, mate, that's a cracking deal. Which place did the free Blu-ray player then with the TV? That's a banging deal. Although they are Samsung, aren't they? So did you say you'd got a Samsung TV, or did you mean the Blu-ray? But that is a banging deal. But I think somebody's bought the Hisense today again as well.
You can leave, by the way.
Oh, can we? I don't think we're done. Right, I'll...
Bounty's done, yeah.
Okay, I'm coming back. Yeah, I think I actually got commission off Hisense for these TVs. I think another person's bought one today, and that takes it up to 32 people. 32 people have bought that telly on my say-so. That is crazy. And I even tweet to Hisense as a joke. I even say to them, when's my commission check coming? And they never say anything. Right, we've got one more. No, we've got one. Yeah, it's the butcher.
Ah, that's easy.
Yeah, it is. We're off the trip though. It's a fair whack in it to get there. I love this place though. It's a cracking place to level up. Jesus, there's a lot of them. I bet we do some damage when we get a lot of them. Just got 4 of them on the trot. I think we are about ready to step up to 5, aren't we?
There's a chest here.
Yeah, let's start it. Bugger it. Probably didn't ought to done why there's a what's it going. Oh my God, how mad's this? Look at this. Holy shit. It does handle this exceptionally well, don't it? To be honest, when you see all that lot on there, it's mad. I've just got 3 bastard items out of that chest. 3.
Yeah, I got 2 rares and a blue.
What, out of that chest?
Yep.
Taking the pit. I think we've gone the wrong way. The butcher's on this level, but he ain't through that door. This is a shit map when it's been changed like this. I've been on this map before, and you look where the arrow's pointing to where we are. It's miles on the other side. It's a shit map.
Not ready yet.
And I haven't got my teleport all the time now. Need some good recommendations for content. Planet Earth 2 is a given. I have bought that, mate. That is one of the best ever. In fact, I think I said on the show the other week, it is. I think I've got 21 4K movies. The Planet Earth Blu-ray. It's Planet Earth 2, by the way. Don't get it mixed up on Amazon. But Planet Earth 2 is the best quality Blu-ray I've had on my TV. I'm not saying it's the same as 4K native on YouTube, but it's the best Blu-ray quality I've seen.
Yeah, I've got them both, and they're amazing.
Yeah, and what made the Planet Earth 2 good for me, I'd not even seen it. So it was like a double-edged sword for me. In fact, I wouldn't mind seeing that again, actually. Quite enjoyed it. Actually, I think, I'll tell you what I'm going to do this week. I've not watched Rogue One in 3D yet on the PSVR, so I might watch that this week. Right, I'm glad this is the last one, because one, I need the loot. This is a 4-hour stream, guys, by the way. Jesus Christ, we must be crazy, or I must. This guy's going to die at an alarming rate. Bye. How's the normal... You're joking. Listen, I'm going to show you what I've got. You've got a legendary there. I've got
And it's a ring.
a Death's Breath, a yellow helmet, a yellow trousers, and a yellow chest piece. And you've just dropped out here a yellow belt, a diamond, another yellow belt. What a sack of shit. I think I must be on the lowest look thing. How's the normal Blu-ray upscaling on the player? Tell you right now, I said this the other week as well. When I actually did that Blu-ray upscaling, you know, when I said I sold my Xbox One to get this Blu-ray player because I was getting into it, the upscaling of this Blu-ray player, I actually had to check that it wasn't a Blu-ray disc in it. Because obviously all my films have got 4K and Blu-ray in the same one. I actually I thought I'd put the 4K one in the machine. And I'd actually read as well that people had said the actual 4K upscaling on normal Blu-rays is outstanding. And you wait till you see it. Honestly, it will blow your mind. But I will say, when you're going to put a normal Blu-ray in it, try and have a modern film. Because if you go like way back, I'll tell you an example, and this goes for 4K movies as well. The most disappointing 4K movies I've got are Independence Day original. That was free in that drive because it's the old Independence Day. And then the other one is Ghostbusters, because they're old films. You can't make an old film better. So I was providing it's a modern. Right, are we opening this chest then? Are you ready?
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Here it goes. Oh, I've got an orange. I have got a... Oh, we're ready. What we got? Please be an orange. It is a... It's a weapon. It's a mace. Be the furnace. Oh, it can't be the furnace. God, my bag's full. I can't actually pick an item up because my bag's full. Right, let's check this legendary first then. I'm saving it though till I've got rid of all this shit so I can pick this stuff up off the floor. Let me just salvage that. Right, pick that up for what it's worth. Right, are you ready? Here we go. Oh, I've got some legendary boots as well, so let's try the boots first because that means shit. So the boots I've got, I can actually put on. Oh my god, what an orange power. I've actually got a decent item. Do you know what it is? The legendary power gains me immunity to freeze and immobilize effects. That is a banging one to chuck on. That's a good item.
The ice climbers, yeah?
Anything that freezes you, I no longer can get frozen. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, it is. So that's gone straight on. Where is my other legendary? Oh, it's a weapon, isn't it? Right, should we have a look what it is? Come on, be good, be good, be good, be good. No, it's the same one I've got before. After killing 10 enemies, you release a poison, la-di-da. The Hateful Eight is weird on 4K. It was shot on 70mm, and the film grain is visible. Really? Some die-hard moviegoers would actually quite like that, though. I've not seen the... I've seen the Hateful Eight, but I've not got it on 4K. I haven't bought a Blu-ray 4K for quite a while, actually. I will say, by the way, the Battleships was the one I last bought, and I really enjoyed that film. I love it. It's a great film. I really do like it. Right, guys, I'm going to pack this up, and I think 4 hours, 10 minutes is actually a bonus because you've had no podcast, but you've had to listen to me for 4 hours, so you're probably all ready for bed. I'm going to watch some... Actually, I've got a film to watch on my Love Film subscription. I've got... what's the Alien one? Arrival. Is it Arrival? I've seen it about 3 times already. But it is such a cool film, and I've got it on Blu-ray, so it's the first best quality I've had, so I might pop it in my Blu-ray player. But I've got no headphones. That's my downfall. All this headphone shit that I keep buying... I've got no headphones that I can use in my TV. So if anybody's got one thing before, if you want to message me or next time for chatting, I need to get some headphones that work with my TV in as best possible easy way. Because all this shit that I've got, I haven't got headphones that work with my TV. And like now, at like midnight, because I've got close people around me and I'm very concerned, I like to watch movies at night. But I have to watch them on my PlayStation so I can have headphones on, which defeats the act of having the Blu-ray player. So, I need some decent headphones, and how do I get them to work on my TV? So, anyway. Right, I'm going to get off, because one, I'm nearly pissing myself, to be truthful. And two, I'm knackered and I need a drink. And I might just have a bit of a snack as well. I know it's bad eating at late night, but when you do this for 4 hours, you do. So I'm going to shut this down, or the broadcast, and I will speak to you soon, boys. It's the show tomorrow, so I won't be streaming, but I'm more than likely to be streaming the night after. And I'll probably try and... I'll do the Horizon, I think. Restart Horizon Dawn, and I'll play that while I'm chatting. So, good night all. Thank you for tuning in. There's been quite a good room all night. It's been enjoyable. Hope I've bored you to death.
Good night.
So, see you all. When I've found the broadcast button, I've gone sailing past it. I always do. See you, boys.